How you doing? We just want to welcome you all here today. Whether you have just popped across town, come up over the border or across the sea, you're all very welcome and we're delighted to have you. And I suppose what brings us here today is our concern for the drug issues that are currently besetting our communities and our search for an effective response to that. I'm well aware the concept of an effective response to the drug problem is a very loaded term and can be very dangerous, particularly in the wrong hands. And various wars on drugs led by governments across the globe have just served to fill the jails and further criminalise and marginalise those caught up in addiction and poverty. The only reason is that there is no resolution to the drug problem to be found in a prison cell. And there's an idea pervasive in some communities here that you can perhaps shoot away a drug problem, and you can, with that, will disappear all the issues that come with it, whilst merrily ignoring the deprivation and social factors that sustain drug abuse. It's also ridiculous, and that's further brutalising our communities. So I think for CRJI, our idea of an effective response to drugs is a restorative one. It's one that focuses on reducing the harm, on healing the individual, on restoring them back into their community and their family where possible. But we're a million miles from that now, and we realise that, both north and south. But that journey to get there needs to start somewhere, so in one sense, I mean, why can that not be today? Why can that not be here? And I guess that's why, personally, I'm so excited about this event. You know, we've got this opportunity to learn from each other and to teach each other. I mean, to listen to each other's experiences and pull information and consider fresh ideas. So maybe when we go back to work in our own communities, be that in the north and the south or across the water, you know, we've something more to offer our people. In terms of housekeeping, folks, there's not much. There's no fire drills planned today, so if you hear an alarm, make your way to the emergency exits in a calm and orderly fashion. If anyone needs comfort break, there's plenty of bathrooms around the place. And I know many of us love working in and for the community, and that means we're always easily reachable. But if it's possible, could we maybe mute the phones? Just so we can better hear the speakers and better engage with each other and maybe get more out of today. So first up we have Kieran McEvoy. Kieran's a Professor of Law and Transitional Justice in Queen's. He's a Senior Research Fellow at Kieran, this is a mouthful. This is I had to learn it, so everyone's going to hear it. At the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice. Thank you very much. I can go home now. He's conducted research in over a dozen conflicted countries on topics such as politically motivated violence, truth recovery, restorative justice, the role of lawyers in conflict, victims' amnesties. He was a personal tutor of mine in Queen's over 20 years ago and introduced me to restorative justice. I'll not hold that against him. But more than that, he's a founder member of CRJI, whose considered advice and guidance has certainly guided the organisation through calm and choppy waters, and we're delighted to have him here. See a few other founding members here today. See Paddy Malloy. Certainly a bit greyer than they were back in the launch of CRJ, but I'm sure he's also a lot wiser, although Jim tells me an awful lot of lies, so you'll have to take that with a health warning. Okay, folks, first up, Kieran McEvoy.
I'm always very proud of former students, guys. Thanks very much, folks. So Jim has given me a brief, basically, to do a 15-minute summary of a 25-year history. So he said, just give them some of the background of what CRJ is about, and then also how the kind of work that we do in CRJI resonates with a harm reduction approach to drugs. And I suspect that will be the primary focus of deliberation today. I should say to you, so I work now, I used to be a criminologist actually, and I once, I know not very little about drugs, but 20 odd years ago, I did an ethnographic study of ecstasy use here in the north, and it involved like interviewing a lot of drug users and hanging out in clubs and stuff. I have a teenage daughter now, and she said to me recently, she was 18, and you know that you're getting that age where you can have slightly grown-up conversations about yourself and you know what you did. And so she said to me, she goes, Dad, like back in the day, you must have taken E and stuff when you were a student, did you? I said, no, I didn't. It wasn't really organized. And she goes, what about in your early 20s? I said, can I tell you something? This is how bad I am. I never took E because I was actually studying it at the time, and we were funded by the Northern Ireland office to go into clubs, talk to dealers, talk to users and so forth. She goes to me, you're the saddest nerd in the world. You missed out on the ecstasy club scene because you were studying it. That is true actually. So anyway, I am not an expert on drugs, I'm putting that out there, and I am a nerd, that's what I do. So if you just move to the first slide there. So I think a lot of the people in the room will know this. I'm going to skip through this stuff very quickly. And Sean gets us on this page here. Okay, so the 30-second introduction to what is restorative justice. So restorative justice is an approach to law breaking or harm, which focuses on the harm and on repairing relationships, addressing offending behaviour, and not on simply punishing the offender. It comes from indigenous legal traditions, and it comes from legal traditions in New Zealand, in Australia, amongst Native American, First Nations peoples in Canada, and here Irish Brehon law as well. So when we were starting to do the work here around restorative justice, we kind of traced that history essentially, that idea of not simply focusing on punishing offenders, but actually focusing on punishing, on addressing harm and repairing relationships. And the relationships, the key relationships to be restored are obviously between offenders, victims, and the community. Now sometimes within restorative justice discussions, when people are talking about it, it'll be like a square, or sometimes it'll be a triangle with the state at the centre. And some versions of restorative justice, from my perspective, quite conservative versions of restorative justice, think that it has to be channeled through the state, that the state has to be at the centre of everything. I suppose our view in this and the evolution of community restorative justice in Northern Ireland is that as long as people are engaged in work that is lawful, that is human rights compliant, and that is not abusing anyone's rights, then you can negotiate relationships with state organisations, but the state has to be involved in a negotiated partnership. The state, if there's no laws being broken, then that's it. And it's a different version of restorative justice that evolved, and I'll talk in a second about why that. So I would always put a question mark on the state. The state, there are certain aspects of dealing with crime and antisocial behaviour where you do, of course, need the state involved, but it's a negotiated partnership. It's not there where the state is the senior partner at each and every stage, and everything comes through the state. So that's the vision that underpinned a lot of our work. Okay, take the next slide there, Sean. Okay, so again, 25-year history. I'm going to do it in a couple of minutes. When the ceasefires were called in 1994, they were cessations from Loyalists and Republicans of what they termed military operations. Now, within both Loyalist and Republican communities, traditions of vigilante violence, basically punishment violence being meted against people within their own communities for antisocial behaviour, crime and so forth, had also been part of the violent conflict. And so when the cessations of violence stopped at the macro level, so attacks on police, attacks on the army, attacks between Loyalists and Republicans, when that stopped, punishment violence continued, right? Because the policing issues had not been resolved, and also because, and this is true, and this is also relevant, I suspect, for conversations around drugs, is that there was a relationship between communities and paramilitary organisations where there was high levels of expectation amongst communities that violence would be delivered upon criminal or antisocial elements. So there's an expectation and a culture of violence and intolerance amongst communities, so pressure was applied from communities to paramilitaries. Your job is not simply to protect us from the other side, be it the state, Republicans or Loyalists, but also from criminals and antisocial elements. So there's a degree of pressure applied on Republican and Loyalist non-state armed groups, and at the same time within those groupings there was a sense of responsibility. that they felt that that was part of their job, that was not just protecting the community from the other, but also from the criminal and antisocial elements. And so, and the other part of that equation that we were all dealing with was a lack of legitimacy in terms of policing. Policing had been focused primarily on counter-terrorism, so normal community policing, particularly in Republican areas, and to a degree in working class loyalist areas, hadn't really happened. So you've got a big policing state problem to address as well, and you also had a problem where you had pretty hardcore cultures of kind of gang, like we used to refer to them as hoods, but basically young disenfranchised men who were excluded socially from the community often, perhaps wouldn't get served in bars, perhaps were socially excluded, and they formed quite hard to crack groupings involved in crime and antisocial behaviour. And so if you're trying to address punishment violence, these are all of the variables that we were dealing with, trying to come up with. Anyway, so what happens is, in a context where you've had the ceasefires, myself and 3 other colleagues who, at that stage I was working in the voluntary sector, were approached by an intermediary to the Republican movement to begin a dialogue with Republicans around trying to find an alternative to punishment violence. So we engaged in a discussion over many months with Republicans about what that might look like, essentially. What would a non-violent alternative to punishment violence look like? And bear in mind, this is the key moment. Key thing to stress is that at this moment, there is no resolution to the policing issue. So the policing issue doesn't get resolved really until 2006-07. So you're talking to a 10-year period where you've got a hiatus between where the PSNI becomes embedded in a legitimate police force and all of that, and I'll talk about that in a second. And so we're trying to find a way to find an alternative to punishment violence by engaging directly with Republicans. So long story short, we engage in this process. We engage Republicans in a process of self-critique, if you like, about what's wrong with the system of punishment violence. And in particular, I suppose we had a number of things around that. I think there was a recognition amongst Republicans that it didn't work, that extreme violence visited upon people who'd been involved in crime or antisocial behaviour. It didn't work. There was no deterrent value in it. It was traumatising, obviously, on the victims of punishment violence. It was also traumatising on the people involved in delivering punishment violence. They were traumatised as well. So there was a recognition. I think at some level we were kicking at an open door in terms of there was a recognition within the Republican movement there had to be some other way to deal with these, because these at the end of the day were people from Republican communities. And there was a similar conversation happening amongst, particularly in the PUP, UBF section of the working class loyalist community. So it's about trying to find an alternative to that. So anyway, long story short, what we did was, after a process of extensive engagement with Republicans, we produced a document about a way forward, a roadmap, in effect, out of punishment violence. And again, our focus is on punishment violence. Community restorative justice have grown to do a lot more work. Other than that, but originally that was the focus, finding a lawful and non-violent alternative to punishment violence. And so we engaged in this process of dialogue. This is the blue book. It's so called because it's got a blue cover. We were very imaginative back in the day. And so it was a roadmap. It was here is a way in which the IRA can responsibly disengage from punishment violence, and what that would look like. It proposed the establishment of a series of lawful and non-violent community-based projects based on the principles and practice of restorative justice. It is key, and we stress this throughout, this was an alternative to punishment violence. It was not ever an alternative to the state criminal justice system. But it was based on a realistic assessment that at this stage, we are not at the moment where we can have effective partnerships between the state, particularly the police at that juncture, and the community. Partnerships will evolve, but it will evolve at the pace of the community. And let's be creative in that space until we get to a moment where we can have those proper partnerships. And indeed, that's what happened. We originally had 4 pilot projects. The organisation has now been extended to 10. And long story short, it worked, basically. It worked. It provided an alternative to punishment violence. I don't want to overclaim. It provides an alternative to punishment violence at the same time as the IRA is moving out of violence per se. You know, it's not that we tilted the axis entirely. The organisation is moving in that direction anyway. We just provided a roadmap, in effect, how it could be done. And part of the work involved the engagement of ex-combatants in leadership positions within the organisation in challenging cultures of violence. We've always stressed within the organisation that for people who have been involved in violence, and so ex-combatants, quite often they've also been on the receiving end of violence, subject to state torture, subject to attacks on their homes by other paramilitary organisations or the state. They know what violence is, and so for ex-combatants to bring a peacemaking message brings a lot more credibility to the discussion than someone like me, a middle-class academic, basically. That's always been, that kind of community organic leadership has always been central to what CRJI did. So the process, next slide there, Sean. So basically, and again, this is a 25-year history, I'm doing it in 15 minutes, so bear with me, okay? So basically, when Sinn Féin go on the policing board, whenever at the macro political level, Republicans are now saying for the first time in the history of the state of the state of Northern Ireland, it is legitimate for Republicans to engage with the police, for Republicans to join the police. That's the deal done at the top level, right? But there's a recognition that, and I have to say, probably the most pragmatic of the interlocutors that we had throughout this process were the police themselves. Cops are pragmatic. Cops need to get things done. And so there was a recognition that, okay, you've done a deal, a macro political deal here between Republicans and the state around, you've created this new police service, you have accountability mechanisms going up to the police board, Republicans are sitting on that, you have local partnerships and so forth. But you still need to deliver that at the ground with communities who have no experience of engagement with the police. And so the police themselves became increasingly aware that CRJI was an effective bridge between historically estranged communities and the police themselves. Organic partnerships emerged between the police themselves and CRJI. And this, I think, long story short, I mean, you have senior police officers, right from the very top of the organisation. That's the former Chief Constable at the very top, Sir George Hamilton there on the right, ex-Chief Constable as well. But Sir George's first day in the job, he comes along to the community restorative justice event organised by Northern Ireland Alternatives and CRJI. So he's making a very important symbolic statement, recognising these projects are key partners for us as the police. And that's what happens basically. You have a deal at the macro level, but also you have organic relations developing between the police themselves and other bits of the system. You bring me up the next slide there, Sean. So as I say, what that looks like is for the first time since partition, it's possible to do community policing in areas like South Armagh and West Belfast. Right? This is quite an important aspect and evolution of the peace process. We have always had an excellent working relationship with our colleagues in Northern Ireland Alternatives, which is the equivalent project that emerged from the Protestant Unionist loyalist community, working primarily initially in trying to prevent violence on the part of the UVF. And we still continue to have an excellent working relationship because the practice is the same. We've all been struggling with exactly the same practice issues over the evolution of the organisations. Our partnerships have also extended across the criminal justice system, so Youth Justice Agency, probation, prison service, the judiciary, prosecution. So this is hard-won credibility on the part of community restorative justice. Given its origins in direct dialogue and with the Republican movement, we have always had to work extremely hard at demonstrating our bona fides. We have John Braithwaite, who's the big cheese of restorative justice throughout the world. He always says that when he's written quite a lot about effective standards of practice, what good practice looks like, and he always says that the standards of practice that were developed from the community-based projects in Northern Ireland are the highest in the world because they had to be. Because of how politically contentious it was, given the organisations that were involved in the dialogue and so forth, we had to demonstrate our bona fides by having excellent standards of practice throughout, and therefore they became very good. And that credibility, basically, CRJI and Northern Ireland Alternatives are assessed and evaluated in the same way by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate, which is the overarching statutory body that looks at the criminal justice system, as the probation service, youth justice, and the prisons. We're subject to the same levels of scrutiny and evaluation over that period, and our practice has held up. One more, I think, next. Yeah. So, how does it resonate? That's the history, the 15 minutes. Did I do that 15 minutes? I haven't got a clock, but I listen. 15 minutes-ish, So how does that resonate with what we're here to talk about today? Well, first of all, CRJI's primary focus has always been about challenging retribution, initially challenging retribution in terms of extreme punishment violence, but challenging retribution per se as a response to crime and social harm. That's kind of part of our DNA. People who have retributive approaches to any kind of social harm, but including drug use, drug abuse, and its related activities, our raison d'etre is to challenge exclusionary focuses on that. The harm reduction approach just resonates. Like, it's funny, when I was thinking about what I was going to say last night, and I was Googling around, there's quite a lot of nice literature written on restorative justice, actually, and restorative justice and how it resonates with harm reduction. I think so. It's a natural fit, I think, for what we've been about. CRJI sees everyone obviously as part of the community, and part and parcel of its work historically has been about finding pathways for people who've been involved in offending or harmful behaviour back into the community, and providing the organic leadership at community level that says these people may have been involved in harmful behaviour, they're part and parcel of our community, and we need to find pathways to have them properly reintegrated as citizens, functioning citizens, and moving away from exclusionary practices, moving them away from harmful behaviour towards themselves, but also harmful behaviour towards others, to the community. I think it's interesting for me when I was thinking about this, in the early days of dialogue with the Republican movement, and I think this was in part, this speaks, I think, to the All-Ireland dimension of this, and there were, I know there are some Republicans in the audience who may recollect this. In the early days of discussions with the Republican movement around this, there were very hawkish attitudes towards drug use, very hawk, at times. And I think that was in part because Republicans in the South had seen the effect of harmful drugs within communities of working class areas in Dublin, Limerick, and other cities. And so they're telling Republicans in the North, if you let heroin into your towns in the North, and so we're coming at this from a kind of progressive perspective. But it was hard. Those dialogues were hard 25 years ago. So it's quite nice for me to be in now, 25 years on, to be saying, okay, well, this is kind of interesting where we've got to now, much more progressive attitudes towards harm reduction and moving away from cultures of intolerance and so forth. I think, I'll finish on these 2 points. I mean, first of all, you'll have got the fact I'm a fan of CRJI. I'm an academic, neutral and all of that, but I'm a fan of CRJI. I'm hugely proud to have been involved in it for the last 25 years. I think the people who've led this organisation and staffed it and its volunteers, that's what grassroots credibility looks like. It's leadership at grassroots level. And there's no better organisation. If you're going to be taking on intolerant and communal attitudes to drugs, and you're going to be focusing on harm reduction and including people who've been involved in the drug life and getting them back into part of the community, there's no better place than CRJ to do that work. So, thank you.
Thanks very much, Kieran. That was fantastic. First up is Anna Quigley. Anna's the coordinator of the Citywide Drug Crisis Campaign, which is a network of community-based organisations who are responding to the drug problem across Ireland. Anna's over 30 years experience working in community development and drug-related issues. I think when you started the organisation, or with the organisation in '95, it was more a Dublin-based collective, the Inner City Organisations Network. But as the drug issue has spread across Ireland, so too Anna and her team have similarly rolled out your support and services across the country, and we're certainly delighted to have you up here in County Antrim. To give you a quick idea of how far ahead of the curve Anna and her team are, they were hosting seminars in 2013 about the impact of drug-related intimidation in communities, and that's a topic nearly 10 years later I'm still trying to wrap my head around, so clearly have much to learn from her. So Anna Quigley.
And thanks very much, Gareth, for the introduction. When you hear yourself talked about like that, you say, oh God, still. The only bit I hear properly is the 30 years. I'm going to have to do an edit on that one. So thanks, Gareth. And thanks as well to Kieran. That was a fascinating background, from my point of view, certainly really interesting. First of all, just to say, I'm really, really delighted to be here today, to be delighted in Belfast. And just before we arrived yesterday, Paul and myself, we had a great tour of the area. Because you know that nice woman on Google Maps, she doesn't start shouting at you when you take the wrong exit off the motorway and tell you you're going in the wrong direction. She sends you around housing estates so that you take the long way back. And Paul was looking at it. We had been 3 minutes from the hotel, and Paul said, we're now 7 minutes, we're now 9 minutes. And it happened a couple of times. I've never been on a 5-exit motorway, or exit before, I have to say. But anyway, we got here, and it's great to be here, it really is. And very much today, it is I suppose we're all kind of a bit uncomfortable with the idea that in any way we're ahead of anybody else, because we're not really, because it kind of goes in circles. But it's great for us to get the opportunity to be here and meet with yourselves and talk to yourselves. And thanks to Jim and everyone for organising it. And I have to be nice to Sean over there, because he's pressing the button on my slide, so if I'm not nice to him, it'll all go. Yeah, great, that's the first one. Yeah, so basically, I mean, what Citywide is about is a community development approach to dealing with the drugs issue, which is a great phrase, but what does it actually mean? And I think it's always really useful to, and a bit like what Kieran was just doing, it's always really useful to start with a bit of history, because like the history, it gives us an understanding, but it also, the crucial thing, the lessons that we learn from our history are really crucial for where we're at now. So I just kind of, this again is a really, really quick history going back. I suppose it was the end of the 70s, early 80s when heroin first began to appear in particularly north inner city, south inner city, the inner city communities in Dublin. And again, this was just completely out of nowhere, like, and it's hard to imagine it now, but people had no idea what this is. It was something totally strange. They didn't understand it, they didn't understand addiction. The one thing people did know, because they saw it very, very quickly, they saw their young people getting sick, very healthy young people getting sick. They found in their own homes, their purses were being robbed by their own family members, stuff that would, people started to see, hang on, there's something going on here that's not good. So they started, people like Tony Gregory, who was a TD then and community leaders, they started to say, we're seeing this drug in our areas and it's not good and we need help around it. And they were ignored, nobody paid a blind bit of attention because it was in some of the most, well, the most poor and disadvantaged parts of the country. Nobody paid any attention. And that's what always happens in those situations when people in local communities, when they're not listened to, they decide, well, okay, nobody's helping us, so we're going to do it for ourselves. And the Concerned Parents Against Drugs, which I'm sure most of you would know about, was formed. And again, I mean, I know looking back, people can be very critical, but we have to try and remember at that stage people had no understanding of addiction and no experience of it. And it was a logical kind of thing to say, look, the problem is that drug. The problem is the substance. So if we can stop that substance being available, we'll solve the problem. Of course, we know now but back then there was a certain sense to that. And again, this is one of the really kind of ironic things, that the issue around the drug use and the really quickly growing problem had been ignored by the politicians, ignored by the statutory bodies. The Concerned Parents, they started their activities, which were about identifying people, going to their doors and so on. That activity, which whatever you want to call it, the state, the establishment, the media, totally disapproves of, that is the kind of activity they cover. Because if you were doing all those positive things, nobody ever covers it. As soon as that started happening, the drugs issue became a public issue because of what the Concerned Parents were doing. So as a response to it, eventually, because there was a huge amount of media coverage, the government did decide that they needed to do something. And there was a piece of research done by a professor in Trinity College, and it showed that in the north inner city, amongst 15 to 24-year-olds, there was 10% of them were using heroin. And that was a shocking figure in a really short space of time. But because it came from a Trinity professor, all of a sudden the government said, oh, well, maybe what these community people were saying, maybe there's something to it. So a task force was set up and it issued a report in 1983, and it was actually a really good report, identified this is in the poorest communities, need to have a big focus on young people, improving the facilities, improving the education, doing the work in schools, really good report. And it went absolutely nowhere. There was the excuse the government had at the time was we're in a recession, we don't have the money. And I know we'll never know, we often think if something had been done then, I mean it wouldn't have stopped the drug problem, but if something had been done maybe it would have made a difference. We don't know. And then there was this kind of story, I suppose people sometimes refer to say to it, well then heroin kind of seemed to disappear. What actually happened was it went out in the media. And there were a couple of reasons for that. Again, at that stage, there was one, again, people probably know a major family who were involved in the drugs trade, the Dunns, and some of them were locked up, and people felt, oh, well, that's that then, they're all locked up, that's the end of that. Plus, the Concerned Parents Against Drugs, again, people would know this, the media particularly, made a big point of identifying the fact that there were members of Sinn Féin very actively involved, which they were, as people who were active in their community. So literally, there was this, effectively the Concerned Parents was treated as a danger to the state. So there was a huge amount of effort went into basically smashing it. And so that kind of level of community activity was gone as well. So it was, and people often talk about the two waves of heroin, that it disappeared and came back, but it didn't. What happened because there was no real action, it just began to spread from the inner city areas out into all the kind of wider areas around the inner cities and into the bigger new estates as well, the bigger new public housing estates. So yeah, and in terms of, actually, if you wouldn't mind, Sean, could you just go to the next one? I put yeah, this one, sorry about that, that's my fault, I put the wrong slide first. So yeah, what happened then, 1995, and the problems have been building up. 1995, we were at another real crisis point. People in communities across Dublin were saying this, we can't handle this, it's such a serious problem. And the street campaign did start again. Again, this would have been a meeting in town, 800 people at it, where people came together, named people who were involved in selling drugs, and then went and marched on them. And the next slide, Sean, this shows that one there, sorry. That one there shows some of the activities locally. People went and just set up patrols in their estates and said nobody's coming in here to sell drugs. They're a group of women. I think that one was taken in Sheriff Street. And then the next one is actually, this was a citywide meeting that was held to discuss the issues, and that's the one reason that's up is that's Veronica Gearan, the journalist, sitting there. So the next one, back to the one that was the campaign one. Sorry, Sean, for making your job difficulty. I suppose the key point I want to make here, and this is a really crucial point about the learning. Like, this was 1995, and a lot of the people, a lot of the community leaders who are now getting involved again, and Citywide was set up at this time, I should have said, basically because there were now groups right across Dublin in all of the most kind of disadvantaged areas trying to deal with the drugs issue. So it just made sense for everyone to come together, form a network and say, let's all work together on it. That's literally where Citywide came from. But when people came together, the leaders started to say, well, we did all this like 10 years ago. We did all this kind of protesting and marching on people's houses. We did it 10 years ago, and here we are again 10 years later. So why is that happening? And it's the learning people had. They looked and they said, do you know what we did? We turned on each other because people could now see the stuff, the concerned parents, the going to people's doors, the telling them to leave. That was us turning on our own people. We were trying to deal with it ourselves. And it left the state totally off the hook. So there was this kind of shift to saying it has to be like the people who are using drugs, their families, they're members of our communities, the same as we are. So we have to try and work together as a community and target, and that's what this is. This was a march down O'Connell Street, going to government buildings, and it was about saying to the government and the statutory agencies, no, it's your job. It's not our job to sort this out, it's your job. But also that crucial point about, you know, and it is the kind of harm reduction, that in the end of the day, if as a community we don't include the people who use the drugs, and that now includes the people who sell the drugs and their families as part of our community, then all that does is weaken our response. And I suppose that's one of the big lessons. I'm still struggling with it, but that is one of the big lessons. If you want to move on, Sean, yeah. So I suppose, again, you saw the picture there where all of this activity was going on, campaigning and stuff, but then again, as people would know, in 1996, Veronica Gearan was murdered, and that had the impact. It moved the drugs issue from being one that had the major impact was on the most disadvantaged areas. But obviously, when she was killed, you know, because she was a well-known journalist, worked for the biggest newspaper group in the country, that made drugs a top political issue across the entire country for everybody. And as a result of that, there was a kind of a major government response, which still kind of, to some extent, shapes the response we have at the moment. So with the drug task forces were set up, that's the full title of the report. We call it the Rabbit Report because life is too short for the full name of it there. Pat Rabbit was the minister at the time. And this report recognised absolutely clearly we have a really, really bad problem here. We've got a really serious problem. But it recognised fundamentally that it was linked to poverty, it was linked to exclusion. It wasn't a coincidence that this problem had started and had developed in the poorest community. It very clearly recognised that. So the drug task force were set up. We still have, they were initially set up just in Dublin. We had 14 local ones. They're now across the country. And again, this is all real common sense. Like when you see this, you say, well, that all makes sense. Like what the task forces were to do. The first thing was that they were locally based, meet local needs. So there was a task force for Ballyfermot, there was a task force for the North Inner City, there was a task force for Ballymun. And the idea there was that at a local level, people know their own communities best. They know what's going on in their own community. They know the resources that are there, you know, to bring on board and trying to deal with issues. And again, it was part of the recognition by the government at the time that this issue affects some communities far worse than others. It was recognising that, and let's concentrate in those areas. So if I'm in Ballyfermot, I only have to worry about the drugs issue in Ballyfermot. I don't have to worry about it anywhere else. And the community representative, this is absolutely crucial, because what the Minister said at the time when this was being launched, said to the communities, we did not listen to you, and we should have. And the whole idea of the community representative, 6 community reps to be on this structure as of right. But again, this key, and we'll come back to this, the key thing was, it was, okay, I was going to say is, no it's not is, it was, that the community reps were there as 100% equals, because we all know the situation where the community reps are asked on committees, but they're only really needed for some bit of it, or some piece of it, and then there's other bits you're not there. This, 100% the community reps were full equals, and they had a role in the decision making. So they were part of the decision-making process about what goes into the task force plan, what are we going to do in there. And that's key. There is a big, big difference between asked to sit at a table just to give your opinion and being involved in decision-making, as we have learned. The partnership with interagency working, obviously, because we all know the drugs issue, it cuts across to its health issues, it's housing issues, it's mental health issues, it's policing issues, it's all kinds of, so you need all of those agencies involved, you need everybody working together, and common sense, like combine all the different forms of knowledge and expertise. You know, it's a very obvious way of doing things. And then you link it to the national, because obviously there's issues you can't just deal with at a local level, and you need to be able to link into the broader kind of, particularly in terms of policy areas, because sometimes that's supposed to be talking about, sometimes the policies are the problem. So again, they were the basic structures, and those key core principles about community involvement in decision making, about interagency work, and then about being able to respond to local needs. Again, they're just common sense. That's making the most of the resources you have. So a very common sense model. If you want to move on there, Sean. And I suppose one of the, I think this is probably one of the greatest achievements of kind of the approach that was taken in the South is these community drug projects that, and some of you probably have visited some of them, the community drug projects that are in place. And what's really, really key about those, because basically it's about, like, in the end of the day, it's not, and we all know this, the drug is not the core problem. The drug is something people use to help them cope with what's going on in their lives. And that's just like, and that is not unusual human behaviour. If you, I don't know about here, but in the South, if you go to a doctor because you're feeling depressed, you will come out there with a prescription for a drug. That is what you will get. So that's what people do. They use drugs to help them cope with what is going on in their lives. Sometimes people use them just because they make them feel, you know, they like them. But in the situations we're talking about here, we are talking about the combined effect of poverty, of trauma, of mental health issues, housing issues, all of those things, lack of opportunities. The drug is part of the coping mechanism. So you can't look at the drug issue and not relate it to all of that broader context. It's like somebody said, you know, somebody walks into your project and they're about to be evicted from their home and they don't know where they're going to be sleeping that night. You can't turn around and say, yeah, that's very interesting, but I want to talk to you about your drug use. You can't do that. So you have to deal with the housing issue, because that's the issue. And that's, I suppose, the key thing about the drug projects. Yes, they do have an addiction focus, but they realise that means we've got to support you around everything else that's going on in your life. You know, somebody's been banging at your door and threatening you because you owe them loads of money because you haven't paid for your drugs. But you're supposed to sit there and have a calm conversation about, well, how much did you know? It's not. So it's kind of the real world. Again, in partnership, 100%. Again, it's acknowledging other people have expertise, and there is a particular kind of health medical side to obviously to drug use as well, but you do need a whole range of communities. They can do it by themselves. Again, the ability to respond to the changing needs, because the needs in communities change very rapidly and new needs come forward. You know, like Paula will be talking to you in much more detail actually about an example of one of these projects, and she'll give you much more of a sense of this, how they can adapt. And then again, the next one here too again is key, because we know this, and we know this in our own areas, that people who are using drugs, people who are selling drugs, their behaviour can cause a lot of problems for people in the community, and people can just want them. They just want them gone. People's responses, don't want to deal with this, I don't want these people around. And so there can be a big challenge with people being accepted back into their communities. because that's still a big reality that for a lot of people they just don't want people around. But that's the importance of the community drug project. Again, it's that kind of thing of saying, well, no, we're all part of the same community and we're all working together. Nobody is saying, that things aren't difficult for people, but the answer is not to just start turning on our own people and saying, well, if you go, the problem is solved. And it's really important the projects are there to kind of stand by that kind of an approach. Again, the thing about the stigma, like as we know anyway, just in society generally, there's a massive stigma attached to drug use. But there is too in our own community. Like we all know we hear the way people talk about people who use drugs often in our own community. So the project's been there and being visible and saying we're drug projects. There's one of the drug projects now from it. And the senior citizens groups comes in and use the facilities for alternative therapies. And that's a brilliant idea because a lot of the older people, they do have fears around, people who are using drugs, and you've got that kind of sense, we're all part of the community. And then this again is crucial because this is something that's been kind of, in our experience, has been hugely, there's a huge move against it, really back down south, is all the experience people get from one of these services it should come into the policy area. Like people learn so much about what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, what works, what doesn't. So it should be part of your role to be an advocate and to talk about the kind of policies you want if you work in these kind of projects. But at the moment we have a difficulty with that because people are being told, well, you run a project, we don't want to hear your views, just get on and run your project. And that's the total opposite to a community development approach. You have an obligation to say there are bad policies and we can see the impact of them every day on the people we work with. So that is a bit of a challenge. So again, I won't go through this, like obviously through this whole period, obviously the type of drugs used were changing all the time. And again, I suppose it does kind of emphasise that really, in some ways, because we did for a long time just respond to the drug, here's a new drug, here's a new, like it's the context of the drug use kind of really is the key issue. Like we can see it there, I particularly say the crack cocaine one, and we all know that there was another report yesterday or the day before, down south about young people and cocaine. But we all know cocaine use has gone up massively just across the general population. But there's still a huge distinction between the people who use cocaine and the people who use crack cocaine. So the people who use crack cocaine, that is the same group of people it's the same profile of people as who are using heroin. That is the drug that's most affecting the most disadvantaged communities. So it's the context there is still the crucial piece. And again, it's this is stuff you'd be familiar with, that obviously the weed now is an awful lot stronger than it was years ago. The synthetic opioids are kind of, that's another, it's just something that's going to bring about a huge amount of change because people anywhere can just make them wherever they want to make them. All these different substances became available. I suppose the key point there again is you're back to your most important issue here is the context. If you just, and we did for a while, we'd say, it's a new drug, we have to learn all that. And obviously it's crucial people get accurate information about the drug. I mean, that's a harm reduction base. People need to know. And it's one of the biggest problems with all these new psychoactive substances and all the stuff, and those are synthetic opioids, the stuff that people are taking them and have no idea what's in them. So the information about them all is crucial. But it's the same point that when we're dealing with the drugs issue, it has to be in the context of what people's lives are like. And then just to find that, the increase in the violence and intimidation connected to drugs trade, that's just such a massive issue. Like it's individuals who are using drugs, it's happening to them, it's happening to their families. It has a massive effect on communities in terms of it breaks down. It just breaks down community solidarity, community bonds, community links in the way nothing else ever does. Because a lot of this is going on, it's neighbours against neighbours, it's within families, and so in that way it's just causing so much damage, particularly in terms of, I suppose, our young people, particularly young men. There is almost it's almost young men from our communities now, and a lot of them are involved in the drugs trade quite simply because when you walk out your door, you've got an economic opportunity on your doorstep that you won't get anywhere else. You're a young person, you think you're invincible, you don't take on board that this is not going to end well, because when you're young, we're all arrogant when we're young, think I can do this for a short while and get out of it. So a lot of young men in particular, not only young men, are involved, and they are now seen as, like, the media portrayal of them, the general portrayal of them is that they are some kind of a lowlife. There are people's children who grow up in a place where your best economic opportunity when you walk out your door is to handle stuff for somebody, carry stuff for somebody. And that context, like, that is the context. It's not saying that, nobody is saying there isn't a problem. Well, of course there's a problem. It's causing a lot of problems for people. But again, if you want to have any effective solutions, you've got to understand why the hell they're doing it. If you treat them like they're just bad, well, they're only going to, they're going to respond to that, and that's not going to. Next one, sorry, I'm going on. Wait a minute. I just put up a few more campaign photographs just to make us feel better, because we haven't campaigned for a while. I know there was COVID, but we do need to come back campaigning, because again, the drugs issue has gone very much off the political agenda down south. It's not a priority, and we do need to. So we are actually very good at campaigning. We just haven't done it for a while. That's what the pictures are up there for. Because again, it's a huge part of, no matter how many things you might achieve or how many commissions you end up on, you have to keep campaigning. This is not an issue that there's very strong political support for, particularly. I was beginning to think, did I get carried away with the photo? So finally, I suppose to say, like, in terms of in the south where we are at now, and on our key learning, I suppose. And the first thing there is about that, like, partnership in decision making. It does work. Like, we've had experience of when it worked, and it does work. Like, as you said, it's common sense. Everybody is putting in their piece, but it only works if it's real. And the experience of communities in recent years is that it's not real at all anymore. Like, the communities are there because, it needs to be seen that there's engagement. But if you're not involved in the decision making, and that's the key thing, if you're sitting on a committee and you are not involved in the decisions it's making, then that's not partnership. If the decisions are made inside an agency or department and then you're informed about them at a meeting, that's not partnership. And so it's about real partnership. We've seen it, and we've also seen the opposite. And so, people in communities aren't stupid, so if you're going to have partnership, make it real. Investment in community drug services, those services I talked about there, and I said Paul is going to be talking in more detail about the SAIL project. They're being starved of resources because they're now kind of seen, and they're community projects, so they're not, they're not the real. We'll invest in the real kind of services, the kind of clinical services, and that is a huge issue because they can do amazing work with a small amount of resources, and they are being starved as our drug problem gets worse and more complicated. Those on the ground local services that can respond to everything are being starved of resources, and that is a huge issue. And then the investment in community development, and that's back to this ongoing challenge we have in our communities, that there are people who just see people using drugs, people selling drugs, it's a law and order approach and tougher laws. We had a new law introduced recently that anybody who is engaged, I can't remember the exact wording, anyone who is bringing a young person to be involved in selling drugs for them has made that a criminal offence. Now we ask the question, so who is going to provide the evidence for that to be a criminal offence? The young person. The young person who is being brought into the drugs trade by somebody else is going to be expected to go into a police station, sign a statement in order for that to be prosecuted. Like, it's optic politics. It looks like we've done something that it's never going to work. But the investment in community development, that is crucial, because as people who are here today, all the people we work with, they're the people, the leaders in the community who want to deal with this issue as a community that includes everybody. There are a huge amount of traumas, problems caused in our communities because of drug use, because of the drug trade. We do not want that to lead to us turning on each other again. We don't want it to lead us saying it's those people over there. That's not it. So the state should be investing a lot of money into bodies like that are saying we have to do something about it, but we want to do it in a way that looks at the underlying issues and why this is happening. and not turn against each other, as might have been the case in the past. Yeah, and again, that sits back to, and this is a much broader point, but sure, we'll probably be picked up on at different stages, is that basically, as you know, we have a very long history in the South of having based a lot of our social policies on judgment, moral judgment, punishment, acceptable behaviour. And we're going to look back in a number of years on the way we deal with the drugs issue and see we're doing the very same thing. And that is a lie. We have a citizens' assembly coming up down south where that hopefully will be a live issue. In the end of the day, what it's about is improving the quality of people's lives. That's the key thing. And I think I have a final slide. Yeah, and I just put this up again because it's another campaigning one. I just like them. This is in Stephen's Green, and again, it's about just the importance of keeping the issue on the political agenda, the need for protest, even when you're involved in committees, because in the end of the day, and we all know that anybody from any walk of life, any background can have an addiction issue, absolutely, but we still also know, and the evidence is 100% clear, the worst impact, the worst harms, whether it's drug use, drug trade, are on the most disadvantaged areas, the people who have the least political voice. So we do have to keep going out onto the street to say that. We do have to keep going out to remind the powers that be, that this is an issue that you need to prioritise and take seriously. And that's actually the middle is one of our we lost him was it the year before that? No, he did, yeah. He was a wonderful man, Fergus McCabe, who was hugely involved in all of our stuff for years. Yeah, so back to Steve. It doesn't have to be Stephen's Green. We do need to be out there, even when you're on the committees and all that stuff. It doesn't keep the issue on a political agenda. Sometimes it's an excuse. Oh, should we have them on committees? So it's all grand. Yeah, so that's kind of sorry. I probably went on way too long. Yeah, and I know we will have time for discussion. Again, as I say, the other speakers will add an awful lot more on just some of the issues I've touched on there. But any kind of comments, questions, and again, as we were saying earlier on, we're hugely open to being challenged, because sometimes when you're doing something for a while, you kind of think, well, that's obvious. And sometimes somebody will say, no, that really doesn't make much sense. So any kind of comments in the discussion are more than welcome. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anna. And when you do take back to the streets, give us a shout. Us in Belfast, we love a good demonstration and parade, so we'll be down backing you up. Next up is Dr. Sharon Lambert. Sharon lectures for the School of Applied Psychology in the University of Ulster in Cork. She's previously worked in the community supporting socially excluded groups, particularly marginalised young people. Her research revolves primarily around the impact of trauma on development, its link with substance dependence and mental health, and then the consequent considerations of that for service design and delivery. Sharon's a member of the Psychological Society of Ireland, the Silent Voices Advisory Group, and the Ministry of Justice has appointed her to the Statutory Parole Board. Her paper, Engaging Hard to Reach Young People, is something I've always used and had to hand in the office, and her webinars, which I've seen online on childhood ACEs, are essential viewing. But more than that, I'm a big fan of the Two Norries podcast. So when you were on that, you'd made it for me. And as the lads in the Two Norries say, you can't have a discussion about addiction without Sharon Lambert. So we're delighted to have you here today.
It's kind of all downhill from there, really. So thanks, Mel. I fear that we'll be repeating ourselves a bit. But I think it's important, and as Paul said, it'd be nice to maybe be challenged on some of the things that we're thinking about. So when I worked in the community with young people who were experiencing a lot of difficulties and challenges, and a lot of them were using drugs, and I would have been talking about harm reduction approaches, and it was very much seen as kind of an appeal to people's hearts from my heart. And it was seen as a bit kind of woolly and tree huggy, and Sharon is a bit floaty. And she wants to, you know, wrap her arms around everyone and make everybody okay. So I could try to appeal to you from my heart to your heart, but what I want to do instead is appeal to your head, because not only is harm reduction kind of basic sense in terms of humanity and compassion, there's also significant science to support it. And science tells us that addiction is a mental health issue. Now, when I grew up as a teenager, we didn't talk about mental health. Nobody had depression, nobody had anxiety, and if somebody died by suicide in the community that I lived in, it was written down as a farming accident because there was huge shame. And we've come so far since I was a teenager in relation to mental health. I could ring into work tomorrow and say, my mental health isn't great, I need to take a couple of days off, and that would be fine. And what we need to do now is to start moving in that direction in relation to addiction, because addiction is a mental health problem. And it's not, and because it's a health problem, it's not a problem that can be sorted out by the criminal justice system alone. Recreational drug use has always existed, going back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Human beings have always wanted to get a little bit high. Not all human beings, but some human beings. And lots of people use drugs recreationally. As a psychologist, I'm not interested in recreational drug use. Because when people use drugs recreationally, it doesn't have the kind of harm that addiction has. Lots of young people get involved in experimenting with all sorts of things, including drugs. So what's interesting to me as a psychologist is, why do so many people who use drugs recreationally, and there's only some of them, will end up with an addiction? And we know that the biggest predictor for the people who will end up in addiction is poverty. And then poverty is a very complicated conversation, because some people believe that people who live in poverty are there because of choice. Why don't you get up off your ass and go to university and get a job that pays lots of money? Well, you can't, because actually it's really difficult to go to university, and it is expensive. And if you are a child who doesn't live in poverty and you're going to primary school or secondary school, your parents can pay for you to have additional classes so that you'll get better points and you get into university. Another thing that people who are not in poverty don't understand is that it's actually really expensive to be poor. So if I want to tax my car, if I tax my car for 12 months, I will get it cheaper. If I can only afford to tax my car for 3 months at a time, it's going to cost me more money. If I want to pay for my car insurance in one lump sum, my car insurance is on the 14th of February, isn't that terrible? Valentine's Day, that bill comes in. If I want to pay my car insurance in one lump sum, it is cheaper. If I pay for it every month, it costs me more money. So being poor is expensive. And I think if you've never been poor, you will never understand that. And you have to make an effort to try. More alcohol and cocaine is consumed by middle-class people than it is by people in poverty. But they end up with less problems as a result of their drug and alcohol use, because they're not using it for the same reason. So if I'm poor and it's really stressful being poor, and I'm using drugs and alcohol to help me feel better, I'm using it for a different reason. If I'm doing it to go out on a Friday and Saturday night and have a bit of fun, it's about your relationship with the substance. What does it do for you? And if you're really stressed, or you've had other difficulties or challenges in your life, then that your relationship with drugs and alcohol is different. It does something different. It helps to medicate the misery of poverty. Right, I'm going to get into the slides. I forgot about that. Okay, so I suppose what I mean, so if you just, this is loads of transitions. I'm terrible at that, trying to make things fancy, so you can just scoot down until it comes to the end of that. But the only thing I want to say about psychological trauma is that psychological trauma is a unique individual experience. where a person finds it very difficult to integrate what's going on. So you can have people who, witness the same event, and how one person is able to manage it is going to be different than somebody else. You can have people who live in poverty who are completely crippled by their experience and they find it extremely difficult to get out. And then every now and again you meet somebody, who was, living in terrible poverty and they've made it. And then we say, well, 1 out of 100 of them are able to make it. Why can't the other 99? Because psychological trauma is a unique individual experience. We're all unique individual human beings. Can we keep going through that? Yeah, keep going. I shouldn't have done transitions. I thought I would be in control. So one of the things is that we can have small T's and big T's, and sometimes when we traumas, small traumas and big traumas, and sometimes when we talk about trauma, we think about the things like abuse and neglect and violence. But actually, as a psychologist, one of the things that we're interested in is what we call the day-to-day things that actually have a huge impact on people's well-being. So in life, we have things like positive stress. So if you're nervous about doing an exam, you feel stressed. That stress can be good for some people because it makes them more energetic. We have tolerable stress, so bad things that will happen to us in our lifetime, but we can tolerate them. We will feel pain and we will move forward. What I'm interested in is toxic stress. So toxic stress is, we all have the capacity to be able to manage a certain amount of stress. But if you experience too much stress for too long, your body reaches allostatic load. And that can make you very physically ill, and it can make you very mentally ill. And that's what I'm interested in. And toxic stress comes from lots of different things, like abuse, neglect, household complications, poverty, homelessness, exclusion from education. All of those things cause toxic stress. You have to, so when you experience a stressful event, we call it a rupture, because it triggers a stress response system in the body. And for you to be able to move forward from that stressful event, you have to have repair. So you have to have rupture and repair. So repair means people come in around you, they help you. If it's, for example, a bereavement and the neighbours bring in the baked ham or whatever it is, people come around and they help you repair. If you're living in a situation where every day is a rupture, that has the potential to have a huge impact on your mental health and your physical health. And for children and adolescents in particular, it has the potential to impact on the way in which their body is developing and in the way in which their brain is primed for stress. So trauma is something that can happen to individuals, it can happen to whole groups, it can happen to whole communities, as ye all well know. There are single incident traumas, so that's your unexpected and overwhelming event. So, you walk outside and you see something that you weren't expecting to happen, or you were involved in an accident, or you had an injury. Complex trauma are the kinds of traumas that, the reason why they're complex is they happen in relationships that should be caregiving. Things like domestic violence and other forms of interpersonal abuse. Developmental trauma is something we're interested in because the first 1,000 days of a child's life is extremely important, because when you're born, your brain is only about 20% the size it will be by the time you're an adult. By the time you're 1,000 days old, it's 70% the size it will be by the time you're an adult. So the most brain development that ever happens in your lifetime happens in the first 1,000 days. Having very stressed babies is not good for babies when that development is going on. Having stressed parents is what causes stressed babies. If we don't support parents, then we're not supporting babies. Intergenerational trauma then is the impact of living with trauma survivors. So we know that there's a lot of research going on in relation to epigenetics. So the fact that a parent or a grandparent who's exposed to a lot of trauma can actually change the DNA and the genetics of the next generation, such is the impact of stress in the body. So I give a very benign example of the power of intergenerational trauma. I have 2 kids and my eldest is frightened of escalators. And I went to the shop with my mother and kids, and Sarah said, "Don't think, just jump, Mom." And I said, "That's right." And we jump on the escalator and then we jump off at the top. And my mother said, "What's that about?" And I said, "Poor Sarah is frightened of escalators, but it's my fault." I'm frightened of escalators, but we're working on it together. High five, Teamster. And my mother said, that's really interesting because I'm frightened of escalators, but I'm going to tell you why. So my grandmother died before I was born. I never met her. She saw a small child fall on an escalator. That child's hair and scalp got pulled out. She had 9 sons and 5 daughters in the west of Ireland, and she went home and she told them all the story about the child. They went on to have, I don't know, there's something like 60 of us, very bad for the environment. And she came home and she told them those stories. So what was really interesting to me is that in 2020, you have a child who's frightened of escalators because of something that happened to a woman that neither she nor I ever met. What else do I do every single day in my behaviour as a parent that is somebody else's story? And I was talking to a psychologist who works in a refugee trauma centre in Denmark, and he had screened children who had just arrived from Syria and Iraq for trauma, and obviously they had high levels of trauma. But then he went and he looked at a group of children who had been born in Denmark who had never lived anywhere else. They had higher levels of trauma symptoms than the children who had just arrived from a war-torn region. Because when you're in danger, so if I was here right now this minute and something bad was happening, or if we take the children in Syria and Iraq, there are sights, sounds, tastes and smells that tell you when the danger is near. And when that war is happening, you have periods of a break. And when you look and you see children playing in puddles, because there's a rupture and then there's a repair. If I live in a home with a very frightened parent who has anxiety because they're frightened, I don't have sights, sounds, tastes and smells that tell me what the danger is as a child. So all I learn is everything's kind of scary. Oh, everything's kind of scary. I'm actually quite loud, so I can probably manage. So if you think about the experiences that many of you will have had, and your parents and your grandparents, there are things that most of us do every single day, and we're not even connected to the story. Then we have other types of historical traumas, like childhood sexual abuse. People didn't talk about that. There will be people in our families who will have experienced that, and it will have impacted the way in which we navigate the world. We've had terrible problems with mother and baby homes, residential schools, etc. We're still dealing with the legacy and the pain and the trauma of that. And then you have the experience of immigrants, refugees, marginalised groups and other ethnic minorities, including the tribal community. And so these are an example of some of the things that we know have the potential to be a traumatic experience. Things like bullying. Poverty is the biggest predictor of poor mental health and poor physical health. Peer rejection and having no friends, experiences of racism and discrimination, death, multiple and traumatic loss, exposure to community violence, food scarcity, experience of the care system, being excluded from education, living in an unsafe environment. Next one. So what happens when we're stressed is our brains so one of the things that has happened is humans have started to think that we're somehow special and unique and amazing. And at the core of it, we're basic mammals with basic needs that need to be met. We think because we have iPhones and iPods that we're some way sophisticated. But what your brain's primary function is survival of the species. Its job every day is to keep you alive. You don't need an iPad or an iPod or any of that stuff to do that. That's basic. So what it does is very clever things, is it sometimes takes over your thinking in order to make sure that you will be alive. So when you get stressed, if you look at the green one here, so when you are not stressed, this is your thinking brain here, your prefrontal cortex, this is where you do all of your thinking. When you are not stressed, you have really tight control over your thinking, your feeling, and your behavior. When you are stressed, the energy switches to back here, which is your fight or flight response system. You lose control over your thinking, your feeling, and your behavior. It's not unusual, it's totally normal. Without this happening, you would get knocked down every time you cross the street because you wouldn't scan the environment for danger. So this is important. I'll go on to the next one. So here, back here, number one, that's your amygdala. So this is the bit that triggers your fight or flight response system. In the middle, any of your emotional brain perceives and reacts to threat, and in the front, you have your prefrontal cortex. So if I'm driving down along the road and a dog runs out in front of my car, my middle brain, number two, will perceive the threat. Sharon, danger, react. So how it reacts is that it activates my fight or flight response system in my back brain. That will heart rate up, blood is diverted to arms and legs, so you're ready to fight, flight, or run away. Really important. Do I curse before or after I've slammed on the brakes? After. Because the blood has withdrawn from my prefrontal cortex. You do not think in an emergency. Because if you do, you waste too much time and your brain won't allow you to do it. Now that is fantastic when there is an immediate threat. The problem is if you've lived with a lot of stress and trauma, is that your brain thinks you're in danger all of the time. So we work and meet people all of the time where their prefrontal cortex has gone offline because all their brain wants them to do is be alive at the end of the day. So sometimes they seem angry, unreasonable, and difficult, but they're not. They're doing the brain is doing what it's supposed to be doing. And we all have the capacity to behave badly when we're stressed. I went to the hospital with a 6-month-old baby who had a rash and a temperature. You're firstborn, when anything happens, you haven't a clue. So I'm thinking meningitis. I went to South Dock, the out of hours, and he said, go straight away. And I went there and I handed the letter to the man behind the glass and I said, my baby's really sick, the doctor told us to come straight away. And he said, okay, take a seat. But he was talking to somebody about a match. He never looked at me. And I said, I'm really sorry, but she's really sick. Can you make sure the doctor gets the letter? And he put his hand up. It's a good job there was glass. He put his hand up behind the glass. And he said, I told you already to take a seat. And I said, get me that fucking doctor! And he looked at me and he pointed at the sign that says, abuse towards staff will not be tolerated. That might as well be a box of Weetabix, because for me to read the sign and to understand what he's saying, I need my prefrontal cortex, which has now gone offline for a moment. And when he looks at me, what does he see? Crazy, angry, loon, out of control, you probably want to get security. I'm not angry, I'm frightened. My brain knows that I'm frightened, so it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do when I'm in danger. It has activated my fight or flight response system. I can't run away. I have this little baby who needs me, so I'm fighting. And my husband is there and he's apologising on my behalf. I'm going to hurt him. But the important thing is that a lot of people who are in addiction, not all, but a lot of people who are in addiction have walked very difficult paths, which include poverty, but also other challenges sometimes. And when that happens, when you live with that kind of stress, your brain scans the environment for danger. That's exhausting. To do that all, when you've had that fright, when you slam on the brakes, you can get quite tired afterwards. It's exhausting being stressed and frightened. So one of the things that you can do to help is drugs and alcohol. The reason why people use them too much is because they work. It helps people to feel like I can put one foot in front of the other today. When you talk to people who are in recovery, and so many of them will say to you, but for the fact that I had heroin or whatever it was, I would have died by suicide. I could not cope with the emotional pain that I was in. And I wasn't able to access the services that I need. If in the morning Dr. Sharon Lambert from UCC developed an addiction, I have resources. I will be able to buy myself a service. I will be able to call around people who will mop up the damage that I might have done, because I don't live in poverty. If I live in poverty and I experience a stressor and I develop as an addiction as a result of it, I have to fight for absolutely everything that could possibly make me okay. In 1971, a GP in the UK coined the term the inverse care law. And what that means is the people in our society who require access to services the most, mental health services, addiction services, etc., are the ones who are least likely to be able to access it. If you look at mental health services in the South, they are designed for middle-class people with okay issues. They don't like somebody coming up to the door roaring and shouting, saying, "Get me the fuck out." They don't like that. But the person who's doing that needs you more. They're not angry, they're not difficult, they're frightened and they're stressed. So what we know is the more adversity you've experienced, it has a dose-response relationship. So you keep piling on that adversity, you're increasing somebody's risk of experiencing difficulties for physical health issues and mental health issues. If you see here, you see the black line? If I experience 4 or more adversities during childhood, I'm in the black line. See how I compare to people who've experienced less trauma. It's not because I'm a dysfunctional human being, it's because I had to deal with too much and I didn't have enough time to repair. So now the consequence is mental health and addiction. And addiction is mental health. Next one. Just to give you an example of so I looked at trauma profiles in young people involved in the criminal justice system. If you look at where the arrow is, 63% of people involved, young people who were involved with An Garda Síochána, had experienced 4 or more ACEs. How does that compare to the general population? Only 12.5% of the rest of us have experienced 4 or more ACEs. The one that stood out to me the most was loss of a parent. 74% of the young people had lost a parent. So I ask myself, are these kids bad? Or are they really, really sad? And do we see them as angry and difficult and challenging, and then we exclude them from education? The single biggest protective factor for young people is keeping them in education. So when they start to act up, we start to exclude them. So we take away the opportunities for repair, we increase their risks of being involved in criminal behaviour. Next slide. So how do we move forward? We need to think about the language that we use when we talk about people. We need to think about the stigma of being involved in addiction. I want people who are in addiction to feel the same way that people with mental health issues do, that they can access services and that they don't need to be ashamed. We have to think about the impact of discrimination, social injustice, denial of people's human rights, and having awareness of people's social context. Next one. I'm not going to read all that out, but one of the things that is changing, when I started in psychology, it's a very medical model and it is changing, not as fast as I'd like, but the World Health Organization's Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, and I hate that word, substance abuse, but that's what they call it. We have medicalized people and we've said, you know, if I experienced a trauma in the morning and I had behaviours that were uncomfortable or difficult, I might get a label of a personality disorder, for example. So what they're saying now is, does that tell you though about the person's story? And is their behaviour actually appropriate for what has happened? Because when we say, oh, now you have a personality disorder, are we saying that they're in some way flawed, as opposed to the way you've responded is appropriate for your situation? Next one. So some of my reflections are, when we think about people who use drugs at a problem level, are they dysfunctional or are they functional? And for me, for people who have dealt with chronic adversity, I find their drug use quite functional, in that it allows them to get up in the morning and put one foot in front of the other. It allows them to have some emotional peace. The problem with their drug use is it causes them a lot of harm. It causes a lot of harm to other people around them. But in that moment, it is very functional. Are they maladaptive or are they adaptive? I think they're very adaptive. I've met people who've used drugs, and I wouldn't be able to survive 1/10 of what they've been able to survive. And when you talk to people in recovery and hear some of their journeys, you say, that was adaptive. What they did, what they overcame, that was adaptive. We have to be concerned about mental health and the way we deliver it. And mental health diagnosis shouldn't be determined by class or by gender. So for example, in the South, I can tell you there's a lot of kids, well, when I worked in services, middle class kids did not come into me diagnosed with conduct disorder or opposition and defiant disorder. Poor kids did. Middle class kids came in with the same kind of behaviours, but they got anxiety and depression diagnosis. So we have a big problem if we're diagnosing based on class or based on gender. So when I started studying psychology in 1873, the very first thing we did in the first month that I was there was we learned about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And then I spent another 6 or 7 years in university where things got awfully complicated. And there was a whole lot of really big words. And the one thing that I learned when I went back out to work in the community was, just if you go on, yeah, the one thing that I learned was, the most important thing was that thing that I learned in the first 6 weeks of psychology was about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you do not meet people, we want people, let's talk about poor people. Why do they keep being poor? Why don't they have a small bit more self-esteem? Because you can't if you don't meet people's basic needs first. Housing, education, employment. Now there will be people who say, Sharon, you're a lefty lunatic and I'm not buying into it. I don't care about the poor people. That's all right if that's how you feel. What I want to say to you though, if you don't care about the poor people, is leaving people in poverty not only costs those individuals a lot in terms of the struggles and the difficulties that they experience, costs all of us in terms of social welfare, social protection, health services, criminal justice services. Leaving people in poverty costs more money than it would to lift them out of it by providing them proper accommodation and proper education and sorting out exclusion and marginalisation. I think I'm finished. You'll be delighted to know. Yay!
Thanks very much. Next up is Paula Kearney. Paula is a community development worker and activist from North Inner City, Dublin. She's been involved in many campaigns promoting a non-bad approach to working with people who use drugs. A member of Service Users' Rights in Action since 2016. She's been advocating for the human rights of those accessing drug treatment programs. She's tackled the vilification of drug users through her involvement in the Stop the Stigma campaign, and has maintained a focus on female drug users in education and the links between their addiction issues and criminality. I first encountered her in 2017 when I was doing research and she addressed the Inside Out conference on human rights and imprisonment. And hers is a truly remarkable tale, present up to 2010, degrees in Maynooth, studying for masters. But back in 2017, there was something, you gave an article in the Irish Examiner or something, and you had said hopelessness is a reason for recidivism, and negative reinforcement doesn't work. And it might have been a throwaway remark at the time, but it's something that always changed with me. So we're delighted to have you here today.
It's lovely to be here. Thanks for the invitation. And I am, as I said, my name is Paula Kearney. I work with an SCE organisation network in the Northern SCE. I work with women regarding housing issues and obviously drugs and alcohol, but I have worked with the SAIL project for a number of years, and I would still be involved with the SAIL project. And that is the project that we're going to be talking about, because we're going to be talking about a community development approach to working with women who use drugs. So, to get it going, these are just pictures. Like in SAIL, they love to do loads of lovely things and put lovely pictures of the women, because it's very, very active and it's very engaging. The women go out into the community. It's not just about having them there in the service and getting the numbers on the books. It's one project that you can clearly see that does what it says on the tin. It encourages the women to come in, talks to them, helps build their confidence, and then in turn then you see the women going out in the community and paying that forward within the community. An amazing project. I get very nervous talking, by the way, just saying. So we go on. This is just sort of how you refer women to SAIL. So if you have got any women that will be going south of the border, this is how to do it. But the most important part is like, there is the official referral process, but for many women it's bring them to the door, bring them in, sit them down, have a cup of tea and a chat, and that's usually the best referrals that come into SAIL, is actually sitting down, spending time with them and getting to know the service and getting to know the women within it, because there's truly some amazing women once you walk in that door. Addiction for women, that's what we're going to be talking about. Do you know, addiction for anyone, like, as you know, people will use drugs, but Sharon was talking about trauma. For many women, there'd be a lot of like adverse childhood traumas there. There'd be, you know, growing up in a home where domestic violence is there and all, and this all has an impact on a woman later on in life. So there's more of a chance for a woman getting addicted to drugs because of that. But it's, in general terms, it's mostly men that end up addicted to drugs. But when women do, there's usually many, many different traumas that have got to them being there. Sorry, can you go back a little bit? And for women, like, being in addiction, like, it's, women also do have that extra role most of the time, being the primary caregivers in the home. So being addicted is different for them. Just to get up, make sure that children, like going through withdrawals in the morning, still making sure that children are washed, dressed and in school, because there is the stigmatising view of women who use drugs. You know, they are sort of judged much more harshly than what men are. You know, and then if they're a mother, there's them extra layers of stigma that go on with that. So being addicted to drugs for a woman is much harder. Seeking support for addiction for drugs is much harder, because many women won't seek support because it fears that TUSLA, which is the child services, that they'll come in and they'll be involved. Like, I've known women who have waited till that children are like almost adults before they will go and seek support because of that fear that's there. So they will suffer through their addiction in silence, and many do get through it and have very functional lives, stay in work, do a lot of the things that anyone does, you know, just to avoid that interference by TUSLA and other services that do get involved. Because for women in addiction, particularly women on methadone, like, even when it comes to having a baby, they're not allowed to leave the hospital like any other mother is without social services coming in and checking and making sure that that child is going home to a safe house. Even though there has never been any other instances that there was any concern about their children, that children are in school all the time, but yet they are still monitored in every aspect of their life compared to men or compared to women in general. Now, SAIL, I'm not very good at Irish, but I do know this bit. SAIL means life in Gaelic language, in Irish. But what it stands for, the S is for stability, A is for the ability of the women that come in the room. Like, most of the time the women will come in and they will feel hopeless, and they will sit there really quiet in groups, but to sit there and be walking there and see the growth in the women in it because of how they are treated within that service is amazing, and to see the confidence in them, but the ability that they have, always for work, over it means in Irish, so that's just work basically. The women come in, they start to realise what their skills are, what they're capable of and all. And then L is for learning, because there is very much an educational focus on it, and as much as there is a drug service, the SAIL project, there's very little focus on drug use. There's very little focus on what did you take today or anything. No, there's key work in there, everything is there that a woman will need. But the focus of the project is building personal growth, building their skills, seeing what works for you, what would you like to do in the future, and just a safe space for them to come in and be themselves, because for many of them, they don't have that at home. They're coming from homes where they're being abused at home, or they're living in hostels, they haven't got that stability. So SAIL is that stable place for them for when they wake up in the morning, they get to come in. Many of them will ring in, I'm not coming in today, and it'd be always, their motto would be, get up, get dressed, get up, show up, and just come in, and then that changes that whole day for them women. Excuse me, these are just pictures of where Sale is. It's on Eamon Street in the north inner city, and it's actually quite a difficult street for many of the women because you have got the methadone clinic is across the road. You can't walk on the way down the road without people standing there dealing. So it can be a huge trigger for many of the women, and it's a huge trigger that many will give in to sometimes. But the thing with Sale is that even if you give in, just come in anyway. Do you know, it's that sort of not feeling that they're harshly judged when they do have a slip, understanding that addiction is the cycle to it. You will be doing great for a few months probably and you will slip, but it's that acceptance of just get up and come back in and start again. Again, we talked about poverty, disadvantage and all, and Sale is situated in an area that there's huge disadvantages. There's huge intimidation for the women coming down that road, but it's a testament to the strength within them women that they keep coming down, they keep coming back, and many of them have been there for years. And because of the way Sale works, it's not just come in, we do a CE scheme, we can get our funding because we've had so many women in. The women are there for years, they keep coming back, we've aftercare, I will go into the programs that we have a little bit further down. I'm just trying to show you where it is and what the project is. Excuse me, I'm not going to read, so I just have that there to read. Again, this was just about like women are, you know, less likely to develop an addiction than men. But when they do, there's that intersectional piece for, like, as I say, the childcare piece for that women can't access treatment because there's not enough beds anyway for women with children, like women with babies, and also there's a lot more barriers for women than there is for men when it comes to recovery, when it comes to addiction, and when it comes to just living in general in poverty, you know. This was Sale does, it's a community development project, and I think the importance of, like, you know, using that community development approach with women, it's getting them in the door, sort of working on the, really creating that empowerment piece, but not just leaving it there. Like this is, I'll have what she's having. It was, well, we've done it a few times in Sale where the Reduce to Use project, the whole lot, it was, we trained women up to become social researchers, and then they went out and they done interviews with other past participants of Sale and other women in the community who had been engaged in some way, and then it's that sort of building on their confidence, building on their skills again, but then them going out and like that, standing up at conferences and all and doing presentations, much better than me by the way, doing them, but doing presentations on what affects their lives. There is some of the things, if I can go past this one. Through this research we found, can you go back, that when I talk about the intersectional piece for the women, like this is 58 answers in it, right? As in those 58 people. But these are, as Sharon was talking about, people presenting with so many different issues in their lives that cause the trauma for them and that cause them to actually need services like Sale. So up to 8 issues, 22% of the women had 8 different issues in their life. Do you know, that was causing them to actually use drugs, that was causing them to feel that they couldn't get through their day without using drugs. And it is quite normal, as Sharon was saying, if that's your crutch, if heroin is your crutch, if crack cocaine is your crutch, and increasingly more now crack cocaine is the drug, particularly we're finding with women. And I personally believe that with women using heroin, they would rely on a partner to get them a hit or turn on whichever way they want to use it. But crack is a much more independent drug. Women can smoke it themselves, they don't need to rely on a man to use and to help them, you know, with the process. So crack cocaine is a huge issue for us at the moment in the Republic of Ireland, but it's also the issues that are coming along with it. You know, there's a lot more women like going out and shoplifting more, putting themselves more at risk, causing more harm for themselves, for just because of that sort of the type of addiction that crack is compared to other drugs. It's a lot harder. So we will have women there that will be using from crack cocaine, they'd be using benzos all day, then they'll be drinking, but then they're going home to abusive relationships. So that's going to continue the cycle. Like, regardless of the support they're getting in sale, many women will come out of that eventually. But until the underlying issues are dealt with, there's not a hope of them getting past, you know, the addiction in itself without the support that's there. So it's important that the sort of, even if somebody is slipping and slipping, to be there regardless and just pick them up and start again, and not make them feel bad for the slips that they're having and make them feel that they're failing. So SAIL does it in a way that it's just get up, start again. Tomorrow's another day, and not judge and not stigmatised because they've been stigmatised enough. I can go past these. Mental health problems that are common in both males and females attending addiction services, but are particularly common in females. And again, that does be down to stigma and shame and how women feel that they are judged and how they are judged much more harshly. So that ends up then impacting on their own internalised stigma. It's not just about how society sees them anymore, it's about how they feel about themselves. I've done a project, can I get some of that water in that? As I was saying earlier, I was part of the Stop the Stigma campaign, and just last year we developed a manual where citywide and SAIL, it was a collaboration piece, but a co-design process, where we worked with, I think there was 12 women that started off with just doing groups on drug-related stigma, the impact that drug-related stigma has on them, and the shame that that brought on them. And like, this is a shame that shouldn't be on the women, because it's shame that's brought down from between the policies that are made that tell people that drugs are bad, that teach children in school that drugs are bad, you know, and that drugs education, but don't teach them the reasons why people end up addicted to drugs. You know, don't teach them about how poverty impacts on it. So naturally, if there's policies that are telling you drugs are bad, then you're going down. So community norms, all that now, you start to treat people who use drugs, and particularly in young people, calling people who use drugs words, which I'm not going to say the word, but the J word, and just these horrible stigmatising words when people are walking through their own communities. So you'll have groups of young people shouting that at people who use drugs, shouting these horrible names at them. So that is going to then feed into how they feel about themselves. And if anything, it does anything but sort of give them an incentive to stop using drugs, because it makes them feel more shame. And so what's the answer to that? Take more drugs and I won't have to feel this. So we did do the drug-related stigma piece, which was a huge piece of work, but an amazing piece of work. And now we're going out next week to do the second round of training with it. So the whole idea is to use a community development approach, get people's lived experience and their living experience, because many of them, it's not just lived experience, they're going through this every day, and particularly because a lot of people would be taken off the, what we consider drug treatment services, as in their clinics, and they're put into just going to a regular pharmacist every week. And for them, because a regular pharmacist are not there to work, they're not trained to work with people who use drugs. It's more that neoliberal policies are privatising everything and not thinking of the impact that that has when you're sending somebody who requires all wraparound service, like wraparound supports, to get their drug treatment in a regular pharmacist where they're walking in and anyone else is getting their regular medication and they're being stigmatised and being shunned and told, no, you wait around there. Oh, you're for methadone? No, you can't be in the side of the pharmacy. You stand over there and be shamed. So all this just impacts on them. So we have done that piece of work, and the women loved being involved in it. But I done an interview with the women, you know, about what it was like to be involved in this piece of work. And they were talking about how proud they were, how, you know, empowering it was to get their stories out, the whole lot. And I remember one day in the interviews I asked, I says, how did that, I says, did being involved in developing this, it's a manual, did being involved in developing this manual help with how you feel about yourself, the shame you feel about yourself and all? Everyone was said no. Quite disheartened I was, but I remember going home that night and thinking, I said, sure, how the fuck would I? Like doing a course for 12 weeks is brilliant, because they were able to get their stories out. They were able to talk about how it made them feel, going into a chemist, going into the clinics, being asked to urinate in front of people, being asked, Do you know, all these things that are degrading to someone's human rights. So it was naive of me to think that doing that for 12 sessions was going to change any of that. It was great that he felt great and felt empowered about doing it. But like, they've had a whole lifetime of being stigmatised, a whole lifetime of being shamed and othered. So until policies change, they will never feel good about themselves when it comes to something like that. They will feel great that they've done it, but they will always still carry that shame until society starts seeing people who use drugs in a different light. And particularly women who use drugs, and thinks about the impact that it has on their parenting. Because I can tell you now, I know many mothers who use drugs who could teach other mothers a thing or two about how to be mothers. Just because someone uses drugs does not make them a bad parent. Just because they use drugs does not make them a bad person. Do you know, we're all human beings. It's just that some have extra traumas, that they carry an extra baggage. And let's work together at doing that. And Sale does that really, really well. Sorry, I went off in a little bit of a rant about the stigma piece. Yeah, Sale would be, as saying, to create a women's only space, but a space that women feel safe coming into. But for many of partners of women that come into Sale would be, we're anti-men. We don't like men. We love men. We have a male director, we have a male staff member, board of management is men on. But I have to say, they're some of the strongest feminists I've ever met in the world. But we love men. There is some great men involved, and there is great men in general, in drug services, in services in general. But I think the reason why a lot of partners will say that is, they see their partners changing. They don't want their partners to change, they want their partners to still be under their tongue, to be going out shoplifting to feed their habits. So and even I can tell you, even with family members and all, when a family member sees somebody changing for the good, they no longer have that person to scapegoat and blame. And so if they're changing, that means that they have to change too, and that can be terrifying for people. But we are not anti-men, we love them. We just know that sometimes women need a safe space, and a space sort of to be themselves with other women, because a lot of the women that come into the service don't have that. They don't have a safe space at home, they don't have a safe space within their family because of the addiction. And I do understand that families sometimes do get fed up with it. They do get fed up with all the promises and all the getting your life together, and then you have another slip. You know, I totally understand when families feel that that's it, I've had enough. But I also totally see that a lot of the time, the families that do completely give up, it's the family members that will come in, it's a lot more work to get them on track, because they don't feel they've anyone to prove it to. So it's that importance of having a family and having a community around you as well is really important. Throat's very dry, sorry. We celebrate everything. And I mean absolutely everything. We do anything to have a party in Sale. As I don't work in Sale directly now, I just do the stigma piece. But I'm in work in Icon, which is around the corner. And I'm in work the other day and I hear a load of singing. I'm like, the fuck is that coming from? And then I heard No More Sorries, which is one of the songs that Sale wrote. Yes. So I went up down the bathroom.
Oh, yes.
I will that later on. But I opened the window and I fucking knew that was Ray's voice and the women. But they were in next door in Bernardo's having this big party with Damien Dempsey coming down to do a sing-song with them. I was like, why didn't I walk there today? It was more Damien Dempsey, I'm only messing. But yeah, so we celebrate absolutely everything, but that's just the importance. The women that are there have never been celebrated. They're so used to being asked, even for many that will come on boards, and then being left feeling that, why did I give my story? I'm just regurgitating my story, nothing is changing. So we absolutely celebrate everything. Like the big celebration was the last year, we got the Minister for Education in, because, and there's every reason to celebrate it. We had 7 women from the project, who had gone through the CE, who was involved in BREO, which is, BREO's for people who have the dual issue of criminality and addiction. But we had 7 women going on to higher education and university. So yeah, we're going to celebrate, we're on the news, everything. We just shout from the rooftops every good thing that the women are doing, because I'm not used to being praised and I'm not used to being celebrated in that way, so it's important that we do that. and it's important that we make sure that they're included in every decision within the process. This is sale. This is the tree of life. The women done this. It was like it's like as if it's carved out and they hang things on it, and it's just just another thing for them to be proud of and have that sense of ownership with. But we also do. We are the only south of the border. We are the only all women's project. Well, there's two now, but the only all women's project that provides childcare as well. Like there's a creche with a space for 11 children there, which is always full to the brim. We have, this is their kitchen area, smoking area, that's where the magic happens inside, smoking area. Even when we have students, we tell them the most learning that they'll get is in that space, to actually not just follow the staff around and see what the staff are doing, sit and talk to the women, because that's where you get, and the women are so open, they're so honest, and both they're challenging as well, and they're very nosy, and they will ask you every question, so you'd have to kind of warn them of that as well. The childcare area and the back now, that has been renovated a bit, but it's actually much longer now, the back is, because there was this big huge wall that was protected, so we had to be respectful of that. And this, we're talking about the ownership part. So it's in every programme run and sale is decided by the women. Now there is limitations because the CE would have some form of curriculum, but it is very loose and the women have so much say in everything that goes on. There is, there's a slide there now in a minute, so I can go to, yeah. That's saying the C is the community employment part. The C would be, that'd be like paid positions. Now, community employment, if you call it paid, it's an extra 20 or 30 euros a week compared to social welfare. But the difference with this community employment project is the women are working on their recovery, they're getting so much more, and they don't come for the extra 20 or 30 euros a week. It's to work on their recovery, to work on themselves. So that sort of trumps that little extra bonus that you get when it comes to money. There's the aftercare programs. The aftercare programs are very broad. Like some of the women have trained to be yoga instructors through the aftercare programs, you know, like, and then there's Hep C, the Hep C walk, as you can see here. The Hep C walks now, that'll be the only project where there would be men as well, because Hep C walkers would go into C clinic, which is the methadone clinic across the road, and they would support people to get the hepatitis C treatment. And for many people, the fear of even going to the hospital is terrifying. So they accompany people to the hospitals, ring them about their appointments, make sure that support is there for them right through it. It can also be heartbreaking because we've seen people come through the treatment, and we've had people who've been on that programme go into hospital and then they pass away. But because of the nature of the work, the two staff members that are there doing that work, and they're constantly with the people, they've built such a relationship with the people that can be extremely heartbreaking to see. BRIO, which would be the programme that I would have been involved in, which I was talking about earlier, that's building recovery inwards and outwards, where we work with the women and we teach them how to facilitate groups such as Reduce to Use, Recover Me, and we'd go up into the prison, the females' prison, the Docus, and we'd bring a pair with us. It's all about that pair work part. And it'd be true that many of the women decided that they wanted to go on to university. They wanted to get their qualifications so that they can work. Because sailors, I will say, is a project that, when you say community development is about bringing people on, you know, like working with them from the ground up, empowering them to make positive decisions, you know, that collective piece and all. But it's a project that you actually see, because I can tell you at one stage, 4 of us that worked in that project as professional staff were 4 people who had been there as participants. So that whole continuum is there, and the staff encourage the women to come back. They encourage them to go off to university, to college, the whole lot. But they know that there is an opportunity there for them if something comes up. They're always included in every decision. So again, the reach outs part would have came during COVID. Many services, and particularly drug services, were redeployed as if, there was drug services were shut down and staff were sent to homeless services and to COVID units and all, as if the work they were doing wasn't important enough. So that just showed the stigmatising view of people who use drugs, that they don't really need services during a time like this. So let's close them down. We don't need them. But we did fight to stay open, because we knew even though we couldn't continue to have groups, that every day there'd be 2 to 3 of us there to do one-to-ones with the women if they came. So but we did start doing reach outs. So we start getting with Icon, where I am now, would have and in our city, helping the homeless and all, we would have got a lot of donations. I went out doing food parcels and all, because we were seeing the level of poverty that some of the women were living in. But by doing that piece of work, we also seen the level of intimidation the women were living under. Where we turn up our door and you'd see a woman would be there, you'd see she'd have a bit of makeup on, hiding her brows, or her partner would come out to the door to talk to us. And no, give it to me, or they'd be answering the phone. So the level of control that many of the women were living under, the level of domestic abuse that they were, you know, experiencing on a daily basis was there. So because of that, we did then apply for funding with, oh my God, the Equality Fund. I just went blank there with that fund. The Equality Fund for the Davina project, which was officially launched, was it 2 weeks ago, the report of it?
Yeah.
But the Davina stands for Domestic Abuse and Violence is Never Acceptable. So we now have a dedicated worker within the SAIL project that works with women with domestic violence, but again, it'd be using that co-design process. They're developing a manual with women with lived experience of it, and the women are there as peer workers to work with women that come in the door who are experiencing it. So the women know that who they're talking to has a genuine understanding and a genuine empathy for what they're going through. And again, it's that importance of peer work, and I know Andy's going to talk loads about peer work later, so I won't go into it too much. But yeah, and then as I said, the children's project, reduced use, which I'm sure many services probably know, the reduced use manual for a cognitive behavioural approach to helping people to reduce their drug use and recover may be the same. And again, these are manuals that have been reduced by SAIL, and always as a co-design process. It's never about sort of the organisation jumping on board and doing all these projects and not taking the women's lived experience on board. And I will finish up, because I know I'm not going way over. The weekend service we have, which was a service that started 3-4 years ago. SAIL is now open Monday to Sunday, or opens every day of the week. We have a weekend service because many of our women would be living in hostels and situations like that. So, and for many of them, they would kind of, things have changed, I think, in a lot of the hostels now, that people can't stay there most of the day. But there is still some where the women have to leave in the morning and they've nowhere else to go. So the weekend programme did open so that we'd have a brunch on a Saturday and Sunday. So the women have a couple of hours that you have somewhere to come in. And we also got a shower built in the downstairs. It's called the living room, but a shower built off it. For any of the women who are rough sleeping, they can come in before the brunch, have a quick shower, that we'll have fresh clothes there and all, and just making sure it's just about so that they feel that they can keep their dignity, their respect, that it's always there no matter what. And it's about sort of that whole wraparound service. And when I look at wraparound services, that's all provided within SAIL. I think that was it. That again, crash hours, that's talking about the childcare. Right, there is the childcare, but there's also the case management. Like it's, even though we work with the women, the children's needs as well. Like the children have their own casework, or the mother will come in and sit with them. Like there is now some of the kids, their mothers may not be in SAIL, attending SAIL, or there would be a link to drug use within the family, and it is accepted within that, to take a child in as well if the space. Obviously, the spaces would have to be prioritised for women in SAIL. And then again, developing milestones, meetings with other healthcare workers. These are just about the manuals again that the women produced and SAIL produced. Again, as I was saying, the Davina project focuses mostly on the domestic violence piece of work and how that intersectional piece, how that impacts on a woman, on their recovery, on a whole journey in general, but how it impacts on wider society as well. Davina, that's why developing the manual then to actually work with other services as well to get them to identify. this is just about how sale works, sorry. I think I'm nearly finished anyway. I wasn't planning on going through this, but yeah, so if any of us do have anyone that is going up Dublin way and is are looking for service for women, Sale would be the one to link into. And I am so sorry that it went on for so long. Apologies.
All right. Next up we have Andy O'Hara. Andy's a project coordinator with the organisation Uisce in Cabra, Dublin. And their aim is to ensure that people who use drugs are treated with respect and courtesy and have a voice in decisions where they're affecting their lives. He also represents Uisce on the National Oversight Committee. He's another one of those rare breeds we have with us today who proudly and unashamedly asserts that people who use drugs have just as many rights as those who don't. And as well as protecting the rights of drug users, Andy and his colleagues are also out in the community, in the streets, helping in more practical ways with things such as needle exchange and educating people and users on overdose response and promoting Naloxone administration. He's always worked with the maligned and the excluded, the oppressed and the demonised, so he really is our kind of fella and we're delighted to have him here. So over to you, Andy.
How's it going? So look, thanks for having us, and I have to say it's great to have so many different people here from so many different backgrounds and justice and so on, because what it does show us is that there's a recognition that we need to change things and that we need action. And that's really hopeful and really inspiring. So you've given me an introduction, so I don't need to introduce myself. It's just interesting, when Anna was talking about coming up and getting lost, it reminded me of something happened to me a while back when I came to Belfast. And I came up into the city and I was looking for somewhere in the city centre, but I pulled up in Donegal Road and I was looking for directions. I was saying, will I fucking ask someone or will I not? Dublin accent, Dublin res, and I seen this fella and I said, fuck it, I'll ask him. He came over and he gave me brilliant directions, exactly what directions I needed to take to where I was going, and I ended up on the road back to Dublin. So if he's here now, well done, you got me good. But look, it's just worth noticing now, I suppose, the title of the presentation is Peer Partnership for Change, and that's the title of our strategic plan, and we'll launch it next month. And it's really our framework on how to increase the participation of people who use drugs in our programmes, our projects and our decision-making structures. So why is it important that the voice of people who use drugs are heard? First of all, because it's their right. And the second one is because we need it. And it's just interesting when Anna Quigley talked about the drug marches in the 80s and 90s. I remember them as a young person. And, you know, I really remember them, and I remember what came after them, and I think there was a few clear messages. First of all, what happens when we create policies and strategies for people and communities without them and they feel abandoned? The power of community activism, and also the understanding of the progress and success we can have when we have a partnership approach between communities, people most affected by poverty and drugs, and the state, which recognises the key role those most affected can play. And that's why for us, when we're asking about whether people hear me? I might just move that out here so I can go around. I like to do things differently, you know. So look, for us, should people be heard? It's no longer a question. It should be just a given that is represented in our projects, our programmes, our strategies. And I think people who use drugs have expertise.
I want to stop you. Just because there's a reason it's pointing that way.
Right.
Because that speaker's giving all the feedback.
Right. Always has to go wrong with it. Yeah. But look, it's really about, you know, why do we do it? And it's, you know, we have to come from the starting point. The people have the experience of not being heard, and they're being excluded, and they've ended up on the margins of our societies and our communities. And, you know, we have to recognise as a society we failed some people because of the failed policies we have. And I think what we know now, and the evidence supports, is that when we prioritise the inclusion of those voices, we get the strongest outcomes. You know, and a good way to look at that is, like, we look at the drug trends. There's been a lot of talk of drugs up here today, and, you know, I think in Dublin primarily we had a heroin problem in the 80s or the 90s, but we know now it's crack, it's tablets, it's benzos, it's cocaine, it's everything. And that does mean services need to change, but if we're honest, we have to kind of look back and think, you know, have the underlying causes changed and have the outcomes that people are experiencing changed? And we would argue that they probably haven't enough. And we would see, that's why we would always talk about the very important link between policies, drugs and poverty. And like just to look at some of the statistics, like if you were to look at the statistics around people in prison, like 88% of people who end up in prison come from the same marginalised communities. The late 80% of people who end up in care because of trauma or because of neglect, which is linked to poverty, are from those communities. So we have to be looking at what policies have we created and what policies have failed. And a lot of the time, if we look back at those policies, they failed because they didn't include the people who are most affected and have the most expertise to offer. And a lot of the people we would work with, they come from social, they're often affected by social and health inequality. So their experience of engagement may be poor. For a lot of the people we'd work with, they might have come up through a system where, you know, of oppression, of marginalisation, and largely one of not being heard and not being ignored. So for us, when we're starting the process of engaging with people, it's always just to recognise where they're at and how's the best way for us to engage with them directly. And yeah, I think, you know, if we're going to do this, we need to be open, because we can do all the processes and we can do all the bits of work, but unless we're going to open up the structures and we're going to allow people to come in and have real genuine partnership approaches, they're going to fail and will further marginalise people. But I'll go on to the next slide. Because when we're talking about this work, a lot of the time people will say to us, well, how do we get a person who uses drugs on our board? And we say, look, but that's not really the goal. The goal is to increase the participation of people across everything. And for that to happen, you really have to embed a culture of participation from the ground up. And that means centering your projects and your policies around people who use drugs, around just the design and the delivery of your services, your policies and your strategies. And it's really about developing like an overall process from the ground up. So what that would look like for us would be, you know, starting with your strategies and saying, is the participation of those most affected embedded in that strategy? Is it in your service level agreement, and then is it in your work plan? Now, a lot of the time you'll get it in all that stuff, but it won't be prioritised and it won't be resourced. So something that I'm going to say next is really important, and Paula has focused on it, some really good examples of it. It's the process of peer engagement that leads to peers being engaged in decision making. So a lot of the time what will happen is projects, because of the lack of funding or because of the kind of the promotion of service delivery, and Anna talked about this, and the moving away from community development, the pieces of work that are central to this work, i.e. the peer engagement and creating the processes for people to kind of analyse stuff, are taken away, or they're seen as the add-ons or the fluffy pieces of work. And we know when that happens, we get worse services and we get worse policies and we get worse outcomes. So for us, we would be saying that you have to prioritise the project and the service around the engagement of people. So whether it's 10% or whether it's 20% of your funding or your budget, should be prioritised around the pieces of peer engagement that promote activism and promote leadership. So and also, yeah, and look, when you do that, what you get is you get really innovative and creative approaches to working with communities, like the projects that SAIL are doing, and there's plenty of other examples in the city. When you create spaces where people have ownership over the process, that's where the magic happens. You get people involved, you get buy-in, and that's when you get an opportunity for people to really have a connective analysis of the emerging issues. Because I think one of the mistakes we're always making is we're always reacting to what's going on. And if we had proper processes where we were constantly engaging with people who use drugs in our case, but also their families and communities, you would be finding out what the emerging issues are, and you would be coming up with solutions. So you would be in a position to be able to respond effectively and essentially prevent some of the issues or the problems occurring. And then that leads to a really kind of a development of collective outcomes for the community, because the engagement of people who use drugs, which is our priority, also includes their families and their communities. And it's a ripple effect of creating better communities for us all. So I'll move on to the next one. Yeah, look, this is always one that comes up for us, and we're always kind of trying to challenge it, is it's acknowledging people who use drugs as experts. They have invaluable lived and living experience. And like I said, that we can't actually do this work without. And a lot of the time what will happen is we have, you'll have policy makers, politicians, people that work in projects, clinicians, doctors, who would see themselves as the experts. And they have massive expertise to offer, and they're very valid and relevant stakeholders. But if that process of making decisions has happened without the people most affected and what we would say have the most expertise, it's a non-starter. We have to start from including the people who are most affected and have the most expertise. And I think also what we need to do as projects and policies and platforms is we need to get to a place where we can critically analyse our engagement methods and really seeing where we are in the spectrum of participation. And I'll give a practical example of that later on. But it involves really creating the space. Some of the processes that we talk about, and again, you know, they were described earlier on, it's really about creating spaces for people who use drugs in their case to really critically analyse the issues through their own lived experience. And it's then they come up with collective responses. So it's creating that space where we're allowing them to have ownership over the discussion and over the issues and over what it is we can do to change. And I think from when you do that, what you start seeing is people who have the confidence to be active participants in their care plans or their strategies, because that tells us everything we need to know. Like the amount of people we work with, and they don't even have a voice in that care plan. Like they're going to the doctors and they're being told what's good for them. You know, so going back to, you know, understanding people's engagement may be poor because they've come up through a system and their experience of services, not all services, of some services and some doctors or some policies, is that they're not listened to. So it's really trying to address that and create spaces where they're the experts and they can have their voice. And that then is part, what that's really about is recognising the structural barriers. And for us, we recognise the structural barriers and try and really look for opportunities for peer-led initiatives to be influencing and shaping those structures. Because a lot of the time what we'll get is we'll have policies and we'll have structures that are made by people who probably are in power and their experience of society may be quite positive. So their analysis of what needs to change may be flawed from their perspective. So they fit into those structures, they fit into those processes. So for us, it's also, we have to be able to come together as stakeholders and say, look, if no one's accessing this process or this structure, can we change it? And a lot of the time it's just about setting up, you know, new structures, but that will continue to link in with the existing infrastructure. And I think once you do that, you really start to support and promote accessible spaces and accessible platforms. And that's how you're building people's confidence and people's capacity to engage in the system, and also to build their confidence in the fact that the system may want to listen. And I think when we start to go through that process, what we do is we start to formulate strategies that go beyond consultation. And we can really start to create a policy context for full participation. So I'll move on to the next slide. So look, for us, it's about power. You know, who has power and who doesn't. And when we're talking about people who use drugs, we're talking about people who have no power or little or no power, and in many ways have been excluded from power from the day they were born. And, you know, they come from oppressed and marginalised backgrounds, and their experience of life has been one of being excluded from decisions. And to do this work and to increase participation, we have to look at power, and we have to be willing to address the unequal access to power. Now that can be uncomfortable for some people, but it's what needs to be done, because it's only by a sharing of power and an opening up of structures that we start to provide real participation and create opportunities for real leadership. Because essentially what we have if we don't do that is a holding of power on the decisions that affect people's lives, and that further marginalises people. And look, in our experience, it's and I think it's probably the experience of a lot of people, is the closer you get to power, the more barriers and the more excuses you will see and the more excuses you experience. And we always have to be mindful of that, because, you know, people always say to me, like, you know, working class people don't vote, or people you work with, or people like me, should I say, because that's who I am, that's who I come from, they don't engage. They disengaged from a system because it hasn't worked for them. You know, people are pragmatic, people are busy, people are living lives full of trauma. So, you know, we have to always be looking at, it's an easy way out to say people don't vote or people don't engage. Because I tell you, I've worked with what some people would term some of the most marginalised, excluded, or, you know, hard to reach people, and I've never met a person or a group of people that didn't want to have a voice. We just need to make sure that we're creating the conditions for them to have a voice. And I think, because if we don't do that, what we end up with, and a lot of the time this is the experience of people, is the illusion of participation. So in many ways we've developed like the structures and the mechanisms and the strategies, but without the outcomes, they're of no value. All they are is a waste of money, and we have to recognise that. And I think we also need to understand that when we develop solutions, like the development of solutions without peers, will perpetuate marginalisation and the injustice already faced. So when we're looking at the process, like I'll talk about process a lot today and every other day, but we always need to be looking at our processes and seeing how strong they are. Now, I've done this up. What we have is, we've developed, we're in the process of developing a toolkit, right? The toolkit is essentially how to increase the participation of people who use drugs in our policies, our strategies, our programs. And I think to simplify this toolkit, what it will do in two parts is, first of all, give people the tools to see where they are on the spectrum of participation, and then practical steps and actions on how to move up the spectrum of participation. And if you look up here, what you have is inform on the left and empower on the right. And if we were to say we have a peer engagement goal, right? And our peer engagement goal is to provide information to the community of people who use drugs in a method that makes sense, assist them in understanding the problem and solutions. That's informing, right? That's what we would call informing. And then if we were to move over and say, collect the information from people who use drugs on services, harm reduction programs, policies and strategies, that would be consultation. Now for us, that's non-participation and it's tokenism, all right? Now if we move up the other end of the spectrum, what you'll see is, under collaborate, you'll see a partnership approach with peers involved in all decision making, including design in the process, that's very important, design in the process, and the development of solutions. And then on to empower a full participation, which is allowing final decisions to be taken by peers. Now what we've experienced a lot of the time is, with projects will say they have the goal, or projects, not mostly projects, mostly strategies or policy platforms or state agencies, they'll say, well, we have a goal of full participation and we do achieve full participation, but when they describe what they're doing, it's non-participation and it's tokenism. So I think the first thing for everyone to be able to do is see where they are on the spectrum of participation. And just to look down at the bottom one, I'll finish on the bottom one. The role of the peer in these processes would be, so if you're just informing or consulting people, peers are just really the spectators of decisions, or they may be lucky enough to give feedback after the process and the decisions have been done and made. That's no use. And then if you go up to collaborate and empower, what you'll see is they're equal partners in decision making and they're leaders of decision. And Paula talked a lot about stigma, and a lot of it comes down to stigma. People believe that these people have no value and that they don't have a right to have a voice. And I think someone else said it as well, even if you don't give a fuck, this thing will only get worse and worse and worse unless you're including those voices. So we know that, that's the learning, because we look back and we think, like, you know, what has changed and what hasn't, and you know, there's been a lot of change, there's been a lot of things that haven't changed, but there has been improvements and things moving forward. And like, we're now talking about things like health-led approach and safer injecting facilities that we wouldn't have been talking about 30 years ago. So we have to embrace what might seem like the radical ideas, and a lot of those ideas were being put forward by people who use drugs before they were being discussed in the policy making places. So I'll move on to the next slide, and what you have here is really, it's a graph that describes what we've all been talking about today, I would suggest. So there's a lot of talk about community development, and that's what it is. It's community development. And what is community development? It's really made up of a task and a process. And the task is the achievement of social change. But the process, which as I've highlighted before and other people have, is where all the learning happens and it's where all the important stuff happens. And you know, that's where the empowerment, the participation, you know, the collective action and the collective decision making happens. And as long as you look after the process, you'll always have the stronger outcomes. And I think sometimes because of the way funding streams are designed, we you know, and I suppose projects are funded to provide service delivery, they end up having to shift away from those processes and methods that we know work and have been effective in the past. And if you were to just look around the broader circle, you'll see pieces of work that ISCA is organised in. So we would do outreach, group work, advocacy, training and research. And just to give you a little example, say, we would always, so anywhere we go, we'll always be looking at whether it's a programme and in our own work and in the other work that we're involved in. We always go in and we're saying, right, where's the spectrum of participation? Is this consultation or is it participation? And it's okay to say, do you know what, it's only consultation, once you have the skills and the want to move up. So I don't think we should ever be shy or be embarrassed about saying, do you know what, I don't think what we're doing right now is good enough, but we know how to get there, because sometimes it ebb and flows in different projects and in different programs. So for our outreach would be designed, delivered and evaluated by people who use drugs. So people who are living on the streets, who are accessing homeless services, who aren't accessing services, who are taking drugs. And what we'll do is they'll be involved in what we call peer-led initiatives. So peer-led outreach, we do peer-led outreach, and they'll be compensated and paid for that time. And then we'd also do, say training. There was talk earlier on about naloxone training, and we do a lot of naloxone training. What we do is we train up peers to be able to deliver the naloxone training. And again, we'd be honest enough to say we don't think that's full participation the way that model is rolled out at the minute, but it's getting there. So we're not adverse to recognising that things have to move slowly at some point once we're going in the right direction. And group work for us is probably one of the most important parts of the work. And because I suppose we have to, I think the state would like to think there's a 6-week programme to fix all the problems in society, and a lot of the time, a lot of those programmes are really valuable, but a lot of the time it sets people up as the problem, and that it's a very individualistic approach where we're always looking to try and collectivise the issues. But also, I suppose training is very valuable, but a lot of the time it would be set to deliver information into people's heads. And a lot of the time we're trying to do the opposite. So we're trying to create a space where people can come in and, as I said earlier on, explore the issue through their own lived experience. And to give you a quick example, like we're partnered up with one of the city clinics in Dublin at the minute, and we've been running a 6-week programme. And they were very good at bringing us in, but they were a bit anxious about, they wanted a very structured 6 or 8 week programme that we were going to offer. We were like, no, just trust us and trust the process. We're like, what are you going to do and what's going to happen in week 1, week 2? We were like, we don't know yet. It's going to be designed by the people in the group. Now they were they weren't against it. It was difficult for them to envision. They probably thought we hadn't got a lot of planning or that was going to go wrong. But all we done on the first week, we went in and we asked the group to talk about what they wanted to talk about and to highlight the issues that are important to them. And they came up with a raft of issues that were important to them, their communities and society. Yeah, that's another thing. When you get into the group book, and the people up here will tell you, it's fantastic. And now don't fool yourself into thinking that people haven't got a lot to say and people haven't got a lot to offer, because they do. So we came up with 5 issues, and then each week we have a discussion around one of those issues. And what's happening there is there's an element of consciousness raising, and people are starting to do an analysis of their communities and of society, and they're starting to come up with solutions. And then at the end of the group was yesterday, and we were talking to them about what are we going to do now, because what we're always trying to do is how do we create the process and create the conditions for people to have a voice and develop their analysis, and then how do we create access to power so that we can try and collectivise some of that and make a difference. So one of the actions from the group is they wanted to create a podcast, they want to create a short video, and they want to use those to kind of speak to the wider public about discrimination and about stigmatisation and about how devaluing them and cutting them off makes them feel and also is bad for society. And then also they want to see if they can be, the decision now is that they're going to lead out on, there's about 400 or 500 people who access that clinic. So again, talking about ground up and shaping something around a group of people is that they'll take on a leadership role as a group, will set up a structure by which they can engage with everybody else in that service, and that they'll link directly in with the management of the organisation. Now, we had that agreed with the management, and before we agreed, because we met with them, they were like, yeah, and we said to them, look, because we've already got some of the issues, and we kind of gave them a little synopsis of something. We said, if you're not interested in changing any of this stuff, don't meet with us, because it will only lead to further disengagement. So I think there's an appetite from the service because they recognise things can be improved, and they now recognise the role that those people can play. And then we'll also connect them in with the broader, so I suppose, societal issues through our contacts or the people that we work with, whether it's in the state department, whether it's in the state or whether it's in the Department of Health and so on. And then at the same time as that, and also in that group is co-facilitated by a person who uses drugs, who's accessing homeless service and who's on methadone and who's on tablets. And again, they're paid for that work. We're also, it's about trying to always look for the opportunities to close that gap that I'm talking about. And I think one of the things we're also doing at the minute is we have a lot of people who are accessing the homeless service, who are using drugs, who are coming to us for advocacy cases, individual advocacy. And we're always saying, how can we collectivise it? So how can we collectivise it, but how can we create a process or a structure that people can lead out on to promote that activism. So we've now engaged with a couple of different services around the city, who are willing to sit down with a group of people from those services. So the plan at the minute is we have identified a core group of 4 people who are accessing various services across the city, who are now going to lead out on engaging other people within those services. We're going to have community meetings in the various different services with the support of the service, with the overall goal of them kind of collectivising the issues and then setting up some sort of structure where they'll directly engage with the services and the HSE. So again, it's trying to build a process where we create the conditions for empowerment participation, but then also making sure that leads to access to power. Now, we're no fools, and we know that will be where the real challenge is. The challenge isn't engaging with people, and the challenge isn't with creating the structures and even getting access to power. The challenge is in getting people on board to share the decisions. And look, and you can see that as a goal. So with all those groups, if you're looking to have a high level of peer engagement in your different pieces of work, you'll always promote and end up having higher levels of collaboration, empowerment. That leads to collective decision making, collective action, and that's really where you end up with peer-led initiatives and peer-led projects. And that then infiltrates the decision making structures and leads to social change. And when we talked about having structures that maybe aren't accessible and having to create new structures, that would be what the blue circles are. So for us, we're going to set up a peer-led advisory group, which will be a small group of 6 people who use drugs, who will be involved in all the decisions that we make in our organisation. And then also we'll have a peer-led national network. So as we said, if we're moving towards embedding participation across service and across task forces, what we think is needed is, we always talk about the progression of participation. So making sure that there's platforms and avenues for people to get involved. And so if we develop toolkits and other people are doing work, and then we create a platform where they can all come together 2 or 4 times a year, and we can identify the emerging issues and develop collective responses. And then us as a national organisation is that we connect that into the structures we're involved in. But it's trying to make sure, like that's an organic process. I can't even tell you exactly what that looks like at the minute because I don't know. Because it will be designed when we have the level of peer engagement that we think is suitable, we'll jump on it, we'll shape something around it and we'll go with it. So I'll finish here, and it's just to say, I've talked a lot about process and task, but if you have a strong process that's linked to your task, you will always have better outcomes. And I think for us it's always about trusting the process and trusting people. And if we do that, we will get better services, and better services that are responsive to the needs of peers. And then that really allows us to start addressing equity issues, and it gets us to a place where we have fairer policies and more equitable policies. And once you start getting to that higher level of participation, as Paula was talking about, the groups are great, but unless it's leading to wider societal change and policy change, people are still going to feel marginalised and they're still going to feel stigmatised. So if it's done right and it's done on an ongoing basis, you can address stigma, build trust, and really address the power imbalance. And look, it leads to increased and improved access to services, and as has been said already, it saves money. This thing doesn't work for nobody. The people who are using drugs, the families, the communities, and the taxpayer. So it's a non-brainer to be trying to change things up. And look, really important. And I always get a little bit upset when I talk about this because it's better health outcomes. And like, I don't know the figure that Anna has. I think Anna might correct me. Like over 10,500 people have died from drug-related deaths in the south between, is it 2009 and 2017?
It's 4,000.
Is it? Yeah. And it's like, we have to look back and we think, how many of them could have been saved? Because they're their families, they're our friends, and they're people from our communities. And we went earlier on, because we talked earlier on about, it's really interesting because you have to look at the social determinants and you have to look at the environment and, what are people's outcomes, what are people's opportunities, and why do we have a never-ending conveyor belt of mostly young men who are getting dragged into the drugs trade and getting dragged into drugs because they've grown up through a system of trauma, they've grown up through a system that has no opportunities. And if you look at the research, we know that every young person wants money, status and power. But it's very easy to get money, status and power if you want from one particular background that's not connected to criminality. And look, most people that get involved in criminality, it starts out with selling drugs to your friends, and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And like, if we're willing to take any of the learning from the past, it's that we were too slow. Like I said, we're talking about things now that people were banging on about 20 years ago. If we'd have listened to them now and acted quick, we would have prevented a lot of them people dying. You know, so that's the learning here today for people that are looking to change and interested in. The evidence is there, act now and act quick. And essentially what you're trying to do, what I've hopefully given you a description of is a process. And what does the process do? The process is about closing the gap. So those who have power, those who don't. The haves, the have-nots. Or in our instance, people who use drugs and policy makers. So it's about having an overall structured process that brings people through from being excluded and being marginalised to directly engaging with policies and policy makers. But as has been stated by everyone else here today, you need to be willing to share that power. And the start of being willing to share that power is actually recognising it's really important for everybody that these people have a voice. And I think I was going to say something else, but I might not. No, I think I'll leave it there because I think I've said enough.
All right, so the format for this afternoon will be with 2 more speakers, and then we're going to do a Q&A session, and then we're going to let you all free because it'll be Friday afternoon. So first up we have Dr. Richie Healy. Richie completed his PhD in 2020 and worked for a number of years lecturing in Maynooth on sociology and criminology. He then worked in Shelton Abbey Prison in Wicklow, where he worked with inmates just prior to release, attempting to reintegrate them, particularly long-serving offenders, and addressing their educational and housing needs. Richie spent 2 decades using methadone services himself, so it makes sense, I suppose, that a man of his lived experience and compassion found his way onto the Service Users Rights in Action group, which again advocates for the rights of people accessing opioid treatment services on a long-term basis. I've seen one of their more recent Syria reports was nothing about us without us, and that very much changed with CRJI's approach to the world. You know, we prioritise empowering people and involving them in resolving their own issues, be that crime in the community or disputes between neighbours. And more recently, Richie has directed his attention towards ensuring people with disabilities are offered their full human rights, and certainly not sidelined in terms of their employment and education. So I'm going to introduce you to Richie now. Thanks very much.
Really delighted to be here today, and thanks for inviting us up. Still getting used to that, Dr. Richie Healy. In true Dublin fashion, you do something like that in life, you get the piss ripped out of you. So I'm Dr. Dick to my friends. But then it can come in handy sometimes if you need something. So yeah, still getting used to it. So I'm going to speak today on harm reduction or harm production, and a half century of methadone maintenance treatment in Ireland. Harm reduction in itself would be seen as you can go ahead there, Flu. He told me his name was Flu. I don't have to wind up. So an overview.
Dr. Dick and Dr. Flu, what a
So first we'll speak of what is harm reduction. What is harm reduction, and what are the pros and cons of harm reduction? We'll give a brief social history of harm reduction, in particular in Ireland. We'll talk about Irish harm reduction. As I'm a sociologist, we'll be looking at a sociological perspective of harm reduction. So as the social construct of the drug user and its stigma. We'll be looking at the media and harm reduction, prohibition and harm reduction, and I don't even know if I'll get all this in, so we'll see how we get on. So the history of harm reduction. The USA legally adopted the prescription of cocaine and heroin to drug addicts until the Harrison Act in 1914 made it illegal to continue, and thousands of doctors were imprisoned. In Britain, this practice lasted until the 1960s, until the Second Bryan Act. Both are the earliest form of harm reduction that I can find in any of my research. In fact, the earliest paper pertaining to drug use that I can find in Ireland is from 1966. and it's based around amphetamine use in asylums. And it's funny because it's all high-class people. It hasn't become a class issue yet. It's based on 1962 data. And it's quite interesting as a sociologist that drug use had not become a class issue at this time. It was seen as an outcome of people who were close to at-risk occupations, as in vets, doctors who were then using them medications. So I will be particularly talking about methadone now, because methadone is Ireland's primary response to our dominant drug problem, which is heroin. Slowly that's starting to become crack, but at the time of this research it was heroin. So Dole and Neuswander would be seen as the pioneers of the methadone approach. And their research took place in the 1960s in New York, 1965 particularly. And both had been, I think they're a husband and wife team, but don't quote me on that. And one was a psychologist and one was a medical doctor, and both were pretty disillusioned at the really low success rates of care for heroin use. So they got together and they decided to start prescribing methadone maintenance treatment. And it produced results that were unparalleled to anything else that had ever been tried before. The first trials, after 9 months, 90% of participants were still heroin free. 75% were in employment or education. And this is the key point here. Abstinence was not the gauge for success. So very unlike what we do now, abstinence wasn't the gauge for the success of methadone these days. The success was reintegration. Now, Paula Mayock would say, who was a big player in drug research in Ireland, she would say that social reintegration is getting housing, getting educated, and getting your family restored into your life. So Dole and Neuswander didn't take urine samples. And if they did, it was only to try and figure out dosages and things like that. They also didn't focus in on this low dose rationale that we have in Ireland. Okay, they gave problematic drug users as much methadone as they needed, and these were the results that these were the results that they found. I mean, 90%, 75%. I mean, but within a decade, advocates of prohibitionist discourse were beginning to criticise the use of methadone. They were beginning to say, are we swapping vodka for gin? You know, are we just swapping one substance for another? And I would argue that this has continued, and it still is very prominent within Irish methadone discourse, that we are swapping one thing for another. In fact, the paper came out by Carlin in 2005, and he spoke about methadone. Is this a free fix, or is it a therapeutic response? So we're still arguing this a half a century later in Ireland. So what is harm reduction? So a mode of rehabilitation that attempts to reduce the harms of drug use as opposed to drug use per se. I found it very difficult to find the definition of harm reduction anywhere. In fact, harm reduction has no distinct definition, even by the Harm Reduction Association of the world. Okay, they do not define harm reduction in any way. And I'd ask the question, is this by design? It could be argued that harm reduction has no rigid definition, as it is a response that is determined by the changing trends and patterns of drug use. So different drugs, countries, etc. No definition means that the model can change. It's not rigid. It's not stuck within a rigid set of regulations. So what it should be is an amoral, non-judgment, pragmatic, value-neutral response to drug use. True harm reduction should not be abstinence-based, and moving drug use, prohibitionist discourse into the public health sphere. So we're moving away, almost like the criminalisation, we're moving away from a justice response in towards a medical response. It was the seeds of decriminalisation, one could argue. So examples of harm reduction, particularly in Ireland, is methadone maintenance treatment. Now, I know there's massive choices of different medications all over the world, but in Ireland, really, methadone maintenance treatments. There is other examples coming onto the scene, but they're very slow. Needle exchange would be another, vein care would be another, decriminalisation would obviously be another, and outreach and supervised injection rooms. So Irish harm reduction, let's bring it into an Irish context. So primarily methadone maintenance treatment, needle exchange and outreach. That's the three that we really go wide here. And according to the EMC DDA, which is incredibly difficult to say, there's just over 10,000 methadone clients in Ireland, according to their last research, 2019. And in Ireland, we were relatively quick to begin prescribing methadone. A lot of people don't realise this, that we were prescribing methadone in 1969. So after 4 years after Dole and Neiswander's first worldwide experiments with methadone, we actually began prescribing methadone at our Jervis Street clinic. But it was prescribed in a very prohibitionist, what was another hard to say, manner. In that we had a harm reduction medicine being couched with prohibitionist discourse. So we had harm reduction medicine, we had all these rules, we had all these sanctions that were brought around it. Incredibly life invasive sanctions that I will begin to talk about later. So Jervis Street Clinic, however, maintenance was extremely rare in Jervis Street Clinic. And low doses and rapid detox was the way it was. The lowest dose possible and a really quick detox on one chance. You mess up that one chance, you're gone. Which, as we all know now, that's not the way addiction works. So it commenced in Ireland with practices that did not conform with the evidence base, and it's argued that not much has changed. The Rabbit report, which I heard, I think, Anna speaking about earlier on, was a massive, massive paper in the journey of harm reduction, in particular methadone in Ireland. And it introduced an increase in methadone prescribing, needle exchange, a decentralised MMT, so we no longer had methadone maintenance stream, we no longer had to go to clinics, we had community detoxes. Doctors were now able, if they passed a certain test, level 1, level 2, they were able to prescribe methadone, which opened up a whole lot of new possibilities. And GPs began to be trained to prescribe and manage the system. So why did this all happen in 1996, one would ask. And I think Anna actually taught me something new. There's two recognised drug epidemics, heroin epidemics in Ireland. One would be the 80s, which the Dean report, the Dean report the Bradshaw report, talks about. And the other would be this one, the 90s. And both are characterised by that activist response. The first one by the CPAD and the second one by the Coalition of Communities Against Drugs. So why was the second one so important, the Rabbit report? Why did the Minister for Health feel it's so important to write this? I mean, he wrote in the introduction to this report, he wrote that life had become short, nasty and brutish in certain areas in Dublin. And that's a quote from Hobbes, who was talking about the English Civil War days. So that's how bad he said life had become for these people. After that year, Veronica Guerin was shot, and after that year we had massive community activism. And these three things, I believe, came together to the emergence of the outcome of this was the Rabbit report and massive increase in harm reduction strategies in Ireland. So I'll make sure my slides are matches because I know I took a few on my own now. So harm reduction is an excellent example of how society can govern drug use. These are some of the nefarious sides to methadone and how methadone can be used and is used, according to my own research, according to Surrey's research, and a plethora of other research all over the place, internationally and in Ireland. Harm reduction is an excellent example of how society can govern drug use. An exercise for anyone here today, if you're thinking of examining harm reduction sociologically, do a brief search of newspaper articles of the era. What was the consensus around the introduction of the model? It was massively criticised, Butler and Mayock in 2005 suggests that such was the controversy surrounding methadone maintenance treatment that it was introduced shrouded in ambiguity. So it was kind of snuck in almost. Deliberate confusion was created to help incorporate the model into hegemonic practice. A minimum of public debate or public transparency. So they got it through, but what are the pros and cons of this? The pros are the introduction of harm reduction. We got these things through, but what were the cons? We had a public disconnection and a difficulty if we wanted to implement further measures. And I believe that's being played out now in the supervised injection rooms. Okay, because methadone was introduced, I'll use layman's terms, slyly, people now are thinking, well, you know, I want to look at this properly before I make a decision on it. And a good example of this would be, at the time when this was all happening, Trinity Court would be our central drug centre in Ireland. There was one of our politicians was given an interview at the front door, and the other politician was given an interview out the back door, and they were totally contradicting each other. Such was the disconnect and such was the confusion, and if politicians are confused, people on the ground are going to be confused. So basically what I'm trying to highlight here is some of the things that went wrong when harm reduction, and in particular methadone, was introduced. So harm reduction ostensibly separates the justice apparatus and health sector in the dealing with drug use. The public health system prescribes methadone and provides needles and drug paraphernalia. However, simultaneously, the justice system continues to arrest drug users. So slightly confusing in a way, isn't it? We need this departmental working together, you know, as opposed to separation. We can't make a law where we're going to give out harm reduction medicine, harm reduction paraphernalia, and then arrest people who are going to use these services. And that's still going on today. So again, a sociological lens, and why I will continue on with this is, I believe that the social construct of the drug user has a lot to do with how we introduce policy. As Paul Weller used to saying in the public get what the public want. That's not always true. But I think when we're talking about marginalised populations, it takes on a whole new, it probably is true. Okay, it's a different in other ways, but when we want a target population, the public will usually get what they want in that way. So there's a lot of moral panic around methadone, a lot of moral panic around drug use, and by shrouding harm reduction and ambiguity, have policymakers created pejorative stereotypes? I would argue they have. Can or should harm reduction and prohibition coexist? I ask you that as a group. Is harm reduction a compassionate model for the drug user? And I'll answer that for the group. Actually, I'd like to ask, the introduction of harm reduction, do people think that that was done as a compassionate move for drug users, to make drug users' lives that bit easier?
No.
Just a quick show of hands.
No.
No? Anyone say yeah? So we're now giving drug users methadone, we're now giving drug users needles. Is that compassion? I agree with whoever's saying no. And Paula Mayock and Butler would say the same. In that it came around the same time as the AIDS crisis. And it's been recognised in academia that needle exchange in particular and methadone maintenance was introduced as a mode of containment. In other words, we had this at-risk population. How do we contain them? How do we keep this virus amongst this population? And I know that sounds really, you know, but it's recognised, it's been mentioned many, and it's not just in Ireland, it's happened everywhere. In fact, it happens so much that it's on record. In government talks at this, a doctor stood up and he said, "Why are we helping perverts and addicts?" Okay, so horrendous questions being asked, and this is the start of methadone maintenance treatment. Is methadone maintenance a mode of social control? Is it a biopolitical recovery model that protects society from drug users? A similar type of question. If we enable drug users, are we keeping them to themselves and keeping them away from society? We have what I would call an incredibly difficult to govern population who we've heard there, they don't vote. So let's give them what they need and let's separate them. Sounds very cynical. Sounds very cynical. 4 years of research backs a lot of this stuff up. So we're going to look through 3 different times that I have picked out. This is my own, that I have picked out myself because I think that the public construct, the social construct of the drug user is so important in how we treat drug users. I just off the top, I've been through just thought of 3 different times in history and said we'd look at it. So early Irish drug use, opiate use is really rare. Remember I said earlier on, the first paper I could find is 1966, based off 1962 data. There's also a really brief mention in the 1965 mental health publication. But the first stuff I can find, and the earliest government response was called the National Party to Drugs Act in 1970. And in that it said drug users should be pitied as opposed to punished. And drug users were usually from a middle class, this is verbatim, I didn't come up with these words, the artistic fringe or beatniks. Basically it was people from colleges, people from universities taking acid, smoking hash, creative people. Hadn't become a class issue yet. By 1983, we have the Bradshaw report. So HIV is around, so all of a sudden the drug user now is seen as a HIV risk. He or she is seen as a dirty person. He or she is seen as someone who has made an individual choice to pursue this maladaptive behaviour, i.e. take drugs. And they are seen as a criminal and a predisposed deviant. And the modern day drug user, I would argue, is seen as a harm reductionist and a passive recipient of public health patient, a passive public health patient, as opposed to a consumer of a public health service. There's a massive, massive difference there. Okay, I'm not going to mention any illnesses, I'm not trying to compare any illnesses. We have thousands of people in this island being treated for various public health issues. According to government papers, drug use is now a public health issue. Why are we not treated the same? Why do we have to walk into clinics and take our belts off, take all our change out of our pockets? This is not a lie. This goes on in our central Trinity Court, don't name it. If you want to go in there as a patient every day, you do this every day, remember, you take your belt off, you take all your change out, it's airport. It's the very same as an airport. You're doing that every day for your life, for the best part of your life, because you're in there 7 days a week if you're not playing ball with them. It's very quickly gonna mess with you. Very quickly gonna mess with you. That's how you're being treated. And I'd argue that's probably how you're gonna act. You act how you're treated. And there's also then when we look at the other side of it, a docile subject with token, and I put a question mark over this because I heard about representation earlier on, and there has been a lot of arguments about this representation being tokenistic, and I know Andy's trying to do everything in his power to change that, which I take my hat off to. So from my, you can skip that one, flu. It's not slagging them, methadone has been described as liquid handcuffs. It's a very, I didn't make this up, right? And liquid handcuffs is a particularly, it's a well-known analogy for what the life that methadone offers, where you are basically stuck to a clinic. You have to go there every day, sometimes every day a week. Sometimes I'll go through some of the stats now in a minute. Sometimes 2 to 3 times a week to give your analysis. And if you are a mother, as Paula spoke about women, they will start threatening you about looking after your children. It's an extremely invasive mode of, remember, public health care. Sorry, I just messed something up there. So harm reduction, is it liberation or is it control? So are we liberating drug users or helping drug users find some moment of liberation in their life, or are we controlling a difficult to govern population? So prison is no longer a proxy for a penal society. We no longer look at our prison numbers and say, well, this is how much of a penal society this is. Particularly in Ireland, where we had coercive confinement. And there's a stat that around the 1970s, Ireland had per capita more people locked up in Europe than anyone else except the USSR. Not just in prison, in homes, in all these other modes of put people away, basically. Which is quite frightening. And I would argue that methadone is starting to creep in there, or has crept in there. We live in a society of control. Foucault said this in 1986, but he died in 1984. He published it in 1986. Garland's been saying it for years. Panopticism. Foucault would have spoken about panopticism. Panopticism is when you think someone is watching you, so you become a guardian of the self. So it really describes your analysis. You don't know when you're going to give this urine sample, so you better be good. Okay, that's what they're saying there. Okay, so when you have this urinalysis hanging over your head, it's almost like you're a guardian of yourself. And that's maybe a good thing. It's harm reduction. We're trying to reduce harm. But methadone maintenance inhibits agency, it inhibits autonomy, it penetrates deeply, too deeply, into the lives of patients. Is it a mode of discipline in the addict? Methadone these are all quotes from other papers, methadone as surveillance medicine, that's from Miller. And I would say I would agree with that, because every methadone patient in Ireland has an ID card that's kept in your chemist. So your picture's up on the wall in the chemist. Okay, there could be local people from your chemist working in there. They're not chemists, they're just working as cleaners or whatever. All your details are pinned to the wall. There's no privacy, there's nothing. And there's a central database. If you're ever on methadone, your name's on a central database in Trinity Court. You sign a contract to start methadone. Okay, so very much, like, this is not a public health medicine. There's no other public health medicine that behaves like this. And Miller came out beautifully and he said it's maximum supervision with minimum effort. And I think he really, really sums it up. I think he hits it in a sentence there. Is the treatment of drug users a reinforcement of the societal perspective or social instruction? So that was my original question. Is all of this kind of stuff, is that connected to how the public sees drug users? That's a thought I'd like you to walk away with today. And I don't think it's up to yourselves. I argue it is. This is a diagram that I've done up, and I'm going to have to look at it myself. So when the delivery of services does not take the needs of the service user into account and becomes underpinned by societal indicators and goals only, service users struggle to utilise services efficiently, leading to increased social opprobrium and reinforced negative stereotypes. So we end up with this circle going around and around. And as we can see with the service user on the outside, and you can start that circle anywhere you want. So let's start government policy and strategy. That leads to the treatment and delivery of services. That leads to public perception. That leads to a public reaction. That leads to media, social movements. And you can take put any of the history of these movements in there anywhere you want. But look what the service user is outside. We need to bring the service user inside that circle. And we need to bring him or her in there quick. Quick. How am I for time?
What do you want?
5 minutes.
Off you go.
Okay, myself and Paul are involved with a group called CRJI, Service Users' Rights in Action. And what we do is we campaign for a rights-based model to drug services. We don't argue about the human right to take drugs, that's not our argument. Whether we agree with it or not is irrelevant. What we argue is that people who go and seek help should be treated with their human rights intact or respected. So we performed section 2 of the Vienna Convention talks about progressive realisation. And what that basically means is a country can only provide human rights dependent on how much money that country has. Okay, and which does make a little bit of sense, but it's also used as a loophole by a lot of states as to why they're not providing what they should be providing. So we traced over, between 2012 to 2020, we traced the progressive realisation or the non-progressive realisation of the right to adequate health for health. Right to adequate health for service users, over all these times. And the four principles that we used were meaningful relationships with the GP, frequency of urinalysis, choice of treatment, and supervised urinalysis. So we traced these 4 things over 4 years to see if there was the progressive realisation of rights in Ireland. And I'll go through really quickly what we found. 83% of drug service users were between the age of 46 and 60, so we have an ageing methadone maintenance population. 51% of drug service users treatment were on treatment 16 or plus years. Now, if you can do some quick maths there in your head, it works out, I think 35% of methadone maintenance patients have been on methadone over half their lives. So some more stats from the research. 96% claim I'm nearly breaking my neck, and I have it written down here. 96% claim that they have no therapeutic alliance with their service provider. 97% were never offered alternative treatment. 76% don't know how to make a complaint. 46% attend daily urinalysis. 23% attend 2 to 3 times a week. And urinalysis costs the state over $6 million annually. Now, when we're talking about an aging methadone maintenance treatment population, I mean, to me, what that says is wasted lives. Not that methadone is a waste of life. I completed a PhD on methadone. And why I want to bring this little small, quick, personal story into this is because it makes a massive difference. I was on all these Dublin clinics that have these massive sanctions and this, that and the other. And I struggled on them for 10 years and got nowhere in life. I met a girl and moved out of Dublin down to the country and I got married, and I linked up with another doctor who treated me like an adult, treated me like a human being. And within 5 years I was methadone free. Okay, because that's the way he treated me, that's the way I acted. Okay, there was none of this airport security or any of this there. Okay? So what, again, just shows you that a change of how you treat people will lead to a massive change in results. So what we found, sorry, can you go back there, Flu? I don't think I'll ever say that again. So what we found, just going back to the personal anecdote, what we found was the poor quality of life and controlled and trapped. So what we were finding was that, and that's why I said methadone is not a wasted life. But methadone on some of these clinics is. And that's why we're ending up with a massively aging methadone cohort. People have given up. It's a poor quality of life and failure to improve on quality of life. And for me, that's the gauge of good methadone treatment, in that your life improves in some way. In some way. If your life doesn't improve in any way, why bother? Why bother? Okay, and what we're finding in Dublin is people are running around clinics to give urines, people are running around chemists to give to collect their methadone, they're running around to meet social workers. It's a full-time job. So what we end up is with an internalised low expectation of anything being different. What we were finding when we were asking participants was they didn't expect anything more. They were getting methadone, so they didn't have any say in how they were treated. They should be glad they were getting methadone and piss off, basically, how they felt. So the normalisation of mistreatment, poor treatment and non-evidence-based treatment links to power, sanction and control and a harmful and undignified life. And I would argue that not a particularly enjoyable life. That ability just to get in the car and drive away with your friends, your kids for a few days is gone. Because you have to go and catch your methadone, you have to go and piss in a bottle in front of somebody. You know, it's a few simple changes can change this. You can jump ahead there, Phil, just finish now. So 69% don't know what a care plan is, and just as I finish up, the instrument of care urinalysis. This is something that we really took a hold of, in particular supervised urinalysis, in particular people standing there looking at you while you're urinating. Which I'm going to say something which is people might like, but it's really important. When we're talking about women going through menstruation and then being looked at while they urinate, I mean, this has to stop. And we got it stopped, but it's still carrying on a little bit. So, and urinalysis is keeping people on. This is keeping people on track, and it's controlling. That's what the clinics are saying, that it's keeping people on track. And it's become so ingrained and so normalised that some service users are even saying, no, I want urines to keep me on track. But when we look at the evidence, there's no evidence base. Ward, Matic and Hall, who would be seen as real big-time pioneers in methadone, there's no evidence behind urinalysis keeping people off drugs. And if a doctor can't tell you you're on drugs and he's seeing you every day, he needs to go and try and do something else. Big time. And about complaints, our final thing, and we can move on to the last one, Flu. Nobody knows how to make a complaint. And out of those that do, none of them would. Because such is the power imbalance in these clinics that they are afraid to say anything in case they lose takeaways, in case they have their dose reduced. So we're talking about massive power dynamics here going on in clinics, not health. And we're just talking about a few changes that can make this all right. One final thing I will say. Lynn's throwing me dagger eyes, but I'm going to go for it. we found in our stats that 51% said that they were fairly satisfied with their methadone care. And because we had been doing this for 4 years, you know, straight away we were saying, this can't be right. You know, we're going to look into this further. So we looked more into the research. And the reason why this 51% said that they were satisfied with the methadone treatment was that they no longer had to go to jail as much, and they no longer had to wake up first thing in the morning going through withdrawals. Now, if that's the best we can do in a half a century, we really need to reform methadone. We really need to start looking at these other new medications that are coming out, and we really need to start bringing human rights as central to methadone care. And that's me for today. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Richie. That was fantastic. Our last speaker of this session before we launch into the Q&As is Senator Lynn Ruane. Lynn sits in the Irish Senate and is from Tallaght. She's worked for 15 years developing and working in community drug services throughout Dublin. She's also worked across many homeless services and strove to introduce legislation on a health-led approach to addiction, such as removing minor criminal convictions for drug possession. She'll be too modest to mention this, but she also has a fantastic podcast, Conversations on the Margins, which examines life within the prison system by talking to directly the inmates serving their time and exploring their lives. And it's so refreshing to have someone like Lynn involved in politics, someone who genuinely cares about people trapped in addiction or trapped in cycles of deprivation and poverty. And instead of using these vulnerable people as punching bags, as some are wont to do, to garner support or column inches with someone like Lynn, who's prepared to stand up for them. So we're delighted to have you there.
Thank you very much. And I don't think I'd ever update my bio from 15 years, because it must be about 20 years now, but going off what Anna was saying earlier on with the 30, I think I'll just leave whatever bio was on Wikipedia as what it is. So thanks very much. I was delighted to be invited up, and Jim reached out to me a while back, and we met in Dublin, and we've been having lots of conversations. So I decided today not to actually develop a presentation, but just to kind of listen to what the flow of the conversation was. And I think today is also and then just give some reflections, but also give some insights to my work. But also I think it's very important that we hear from everybody in the room as much as possible, because it would be great if this was the first of many discussions, but that anything that happens from here on in is very much based on the context here, because the context we're hearing from at the minute is very much from the different positions that we're working in different ways, but it would be good to have a greater understanding of the landscape here, so that when we develop conversations, it's very much in line with where people are at in terms of developing their own services or their own policies. And so that Q&A at the end would be, I suppose, brilliant for all of us in terms of our learning, because I think we can get a little bit stale as well when you're in the same conversation over and over again and you're begging for people to listen to you. Sometimes you get stuck in a bit of a loop. So it's good then to kind of leave Dublin, leave the service that you're in, and have dialogue elsewhere on the island. So a little bit about me. I grew up in Tallaght, and I always find it interesting because, like, me and Anna are good friends and we're colleagues, but she tells a different story of concerned parents against drugs than I do. I was young enough to be on the receiving end of it. So my story is very different, and I suppose Sharon spoke a little bit about trauma, and I was going, well, I can blame the concerned parents against drugs on many of mine. So we come at it from a little bit of a different angle. So when I was growing up, I would have been on the streets, hanging around, involved in drug use in that 96 era that spoke about. So, something that would have been very foreign to us at the time was this idea of erecting huts in our communities and these drug pushers out, and lots of people we didn't recognise, lots of yellow regs, if you don't mind me saying. And all of a sudden there was this kind of violence in the community that I hadn't experienced from the drug use they were all talking about, but the violence came from the mobilisation in a sense. But it's very hard to be completely against that, because it did make the state listen as well. So you're in a bit of a catch-22, because it actually did create change, but it also,
there was a lot of violence there, and there was a lot of turning on people that actually were low-hanging fruit and needed help. So in many of our communities, there was like 13-year-old young men being marched on that weren't actually involved in the big drugs trade, you know what I mean? But yet there was hundreds and hundreds outside their house, marching on their house, and some of them women were like lone parents, rearing 6 and 7 children on their own, and they needed support. They definitely didn't need what they were being faced with. But from there was many good decisions that happened because the state did have to act. And the Rabbit report for me actually really carves out a class system that they actually then the state would try to deny that there's such a class system, but they actually mapped it out themselves in the Rabbit report, which is very clear to show the connection between class and particular types of drug use. So, like I said, I grew up in Tallaght. I was a drug user for many reasons. Some of the stuff that's been spoke about today in terms of trauma, wouldn't have understood that at the time. I also enjoyed taking drugs. And there's a big difference between drug use and drug abuse. And sometimes we need to make sure that when we're developing responses, that we're very clear that there's different types of drug use and it affects people in different ways and it affects particular communities in different ways. So it will never be one size fits all, and we definitely can't be paternalistic. So when we're looking at responses, just because we know somebody is smoking weed or we know somebody is involved in whatever drug use, and we're kind of forcing them into a treatment that they don't actually need. So usually we have to step back and have the service and provisions there, have the outreach there, have the teams there, have the responses there. But people will very much self-identify if the climate is right and the environment is right. And it's not always on us to kind of push people in a particular direction. Because sometimes it's not needed, or else it's not needed yet, you know, and sometimes they just need to know that the service is there. So when I started developing drug services and stopped in kind of my chaotic drug use at the time, still using drugs in a recreational way, quite unique in that sense, and I put it down to a number of things. Most of my friends, or a large portion of them, ended up on heroin, ended up on methadone for decades, ended up dead. Many of them ended up dead, not only from drug taking, but risky behaviour that also comes with poverty. So just, you know, you take your ability to assess risk is a little bit different. So lots of death around me. And for some reason, I always, and again, we tell ourselves stories to try and understand our own lives. So I could be just telling this because it fits and goes, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll take that on, take that bit of story on. Is that my home was very, very safe. So my community was kind of really volatile, but still lots of community spirit, lots of great stuff and sports and summer projects. So still very much, I haven't left Tallaght. I'm still in the same bedroom that I grew up in. I refuse to leave. I have that collective trauma and guilt thing where I'm like, I'm going nowhere. And but I managed to not end up in the situation that some of my friends did. And I always wonder if it was just because I had at least one anchor point, one safety net. People from more privileged backgrounds have a much more obvious safety net. But I do wonder in that situation, am I recognising there was a privilege within my home in terms of both my parents worked, I never went without food, there was no violence, there was no addiction. We used to call my dad Mr. Moderation. If the Grand National was on, you'd be handing a 50p and no more. So there was something about my family home that probably allowed some stability for me to step back into, even though I was so involved with so much criminality and crime and stuff. So by the time I was 18, when all my friends were trying to get onto methadone services, I was already developing drug services in my own community. I went back to study after I had my daughter. She's now 22 this year. I had her when I was 15. Her father has, I suppose, been in and out of prison his entire life. We're still very close. We try and co-parent together, even though his situation has been very different to mine. And I suppose our lives, even though I moved out of chaotic drug taking, my life is still very much defined and affected by drug use and the responses to drug use. In that very first project that I ever developed, it was the first of its kind in Killinarden. It was for young heroin users. They were 12 to 14. They were only kids, and what happened is, Liam O'Brien, who ran the services there, and the reason I'm telling this is because we need to take risks in how we run our services. We need to be progressive and inventive and not be too precious about who runs them. I was young. I was still wild. Like I wasn't all like prim and proper and had got some education. But what he saw in me was, who has influence in this community? Lynn has influence, people like her. She's still kind of hanging around the street. We'll ignore the pram beside her for a minute, but she's still kind of hanging around the street. Lynn might be a good person to actually develop this service. So still rough around the edges. There was a lot of pushback against that internally in that drugs project, but he was being creative. He was saying, I'm in my 50s, 60s, you know, I'm a retired priest. Those 12, 13-year-olds, they don't want to talk to me. There's no point in me pretending or thinking that I can actually engage and relate to them, but Lynn can. And we're going to invest in Lynn, even though I'm only literally steps ahead of them in their life. I'm not too far away. And it actually worked. And I think over the years, services keep trying to become too professional and they push out the local knowledge. And that would be one piece of advice here today, is that people that are on the ground are closest to the solution. And what happens is, when addiction services are seen as a profession, you get well-intended people who haven't lived that life or close to that life, who have good intentions, but they're scared when they come in. So they actually create more problems than it's worth. And I think that that's the challenge I would put to people, is that sometimes when we're talking about that airport security stuff, where does that come from? It comes from someone else's fear. It doesn't come from what's happening on a daily basis in terms of who's accessing the services. It comes from the people delivering the service, having this well-intended idea that this is the profession they want to work in, but they're frightened of the people that they work with. So instead of coming from a strength-based approach to people with where they're at in life, they come with their fears and they create the building then around them, and then it actually feeds into the energy of the people using the service, and then you become what you're told that you are. And that's something that we really need to make sure that we don't replicate as we keep moving into new areas of developing different responses to drugs. From there, I developed the first ever nasal cocaine response in the country. It was the first time funding had been given out that would recognise nasal cocaine use as needing a response. And that was in maybe 2006. By then I was only 19, 20. So I was the outreach worker. Again, I was also the person who was closest to the drug dealing. I was the link in my community between having those real conversations, how much cocaine is coming in, how much is going out, what's going on, what way is it being used, where will we target the outreach. We worked in nightclubs, we were, you know, working with teachers, doctors, pilots. When I saw the pilot come in one day now, I was a little bit frightened getting on the next Ryanair flight. I wanted to know, what's your schedule? You know, we don't want any, you know, come down on a Monday and I'm on your flight. But there was a real diversity of users. But in that response to nasal cocaine use, and people are, like, there was a report this week about nasal cocaine use in the South, and I'm looking going, what? It's like it's the first time they've heard it. And it's kind of going like, we're working with this 20 years, like, you know. But the nasal cocaine use piece is interesting because at the time, the nasal cocaine users, they wouldn't use the same facilities that people who were accessing methadone maintenance were using. So there's a hierarchy in the drugs world, right? And at that time we were deciding, do we play into the hierarchy or do we challenge the hierarchy and force people to use the same service? In the end, we actually used a different service for the nasal cocaine users, because at that stage we needed to address something, and we were like, we need them in the building to address it, and they were refusing to come into local services in case people thought they were on methadone. So that will show you the stigma even in-house, like, you know, against each other. So it's not just addiction is addiction and drug use is drug use. We even begin to categorise each other. Well, I might be addicted to nasal cocaine use, but I'm not that, and I'm not that, and I'm not that. And that's what we do, and we begin to even separate ourselves from each other because we don't want to be seen. We always want somebody worse off, so we're not at least the worst off. And we start to categorise ourselves in that order in many of our communities. So from there I went on to Bluebell and developed. There was no services in Bluebell at the time, and Bluebell was kind of like the poor cousin between Inchicore and Ballyfermot. There was the illusion that there was no drugs in Bluebell. It was a complete lie. There was plenty of drugs in Bluebell, and we got the service up and running, and we ran it there for a few years, and we had a specific women's group there called BAG, which I always enjoyed. But it stood for Bluebell Addiction Advisory Group, is what the service was called, and then Filling a Gap at BAG was the women's group. And sometimes we can run to the idea of that drugs work that people spoke about earlier on. And sometimes you can set up drug services and not speak about drugs at all, which is what Paula touched on earlier on. And that's what BAG was at the time. I remember actually the Board of Management suggesting, because there was a group of young lads that were, there was a drought in hash at the time, and when the hash was getting taken off the market to everyone that was born in the 60s onwards, dismay and panic, and weed was getting kind of flushed onto the market. It felt like a very concerted effort somewhere that we couldn't identify, but there was a drought, I'd say, for about 6 months. There was people driving all over the country looking for hash, and then all of a sudden weed just settled, and that was it. Everyone was switching over to weed, and some of the young men had started smoking weed, and it was quite strong to what they were used to, and I think they were trying to break into some of the buildings, and the Board of Management wanted me to put like a camera outside the project and a lock on the door and an intercom, and I wouldn't. I was like, not doing it, not doing it, not doing it. I don't want it. I won't work here. I'll resign. You have to remember I was 22, so I was still acting like an absolute child, and I didn't have the vocabulary at the time to build the arguments. It was just me go, no, no, no security, and we didn't need it, and I pushed back and we didn't get it in, and we ran the women's group and they looked after their own finances, and they developed the group themselves. What do they need? A lot of them had been involved in sex work, some of them had been quite badly abused growing up, so they wanted to learn how to belly dance. They said they seen belly dance and looked quite sensual and it's quite like, you know, and they were like, maybe we can feel into our own bodies again and feel like women and have control over our own movements. And then they wanted to learn how to cook, and we got this big French guy, Michelin star restaurants. He came in, he was in recovery years back for alcohol addiction, and he taught them how to cook. And then we developed a cookbook and we toured it around all the communities. And then the men were like, well, where's our group like that? And they dug a garden and they'd start planting potatoes and carrots. And so then the women had to change some of their menu to include vegetarian curries because the men wanted to be part of it. So then they were creating a social economy amongst themselves. And the HSE would be saying, so Lynn, been looking at your annual funding forms and I see you haven't done relapse prevention. And I said, oh no, I have. None of them have relapsed actually. But they couldn't handle the creativity of just not doing this, like this idea that people are like an input output, like it's the private sector. Do you know what I mean? Like you're putting everybody through a washing machine and they come out the other end if you just put them on these settings, you know, and it has to be triggers and you have to be talking about people's triggers. And I said, what, by triggering them? You want me to talk about triggers all day and trigger them and then they go home with their triggers? Like, do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, and they just couldn't handle it. And I think you were chair of the task force at the time. I was doing some of that. You were grand. You weren't fighting against me at the time. I'm not accusing you of that. But there was a bit of confusion about what we were doing. Some of the young men, we decided to plant trees. There had been some deaths and some shootings in Bluebell. There was a lot of aggro, a lot of fighting. We decided to start planting some trees. But some of them that were on either side of the conflict that was happening, they weren't necessarily engaged with each other, but they all planted trees at the same time, which was hugely symbolic in and of itself to just have them on the same space. So instead of constantly talking about the drugs that we were taking, we were trying to address the gaps in people's lives. So if you look for someone to go in, if the idea is that someone wants to stop using drugs, they're like, well, what are you going to fill that time with? And is it worthwhile and is it meaningful? And you can't expect people to come off drugs, right, and leave their whole community. Everyone they've grown up with. None of us could do that, even if we weren't seeking recovery, like just, you know, up and leave and not have that connection and that understanding and that recognition that you share with other drug users. And, you know, when I was growing up, so many of my friends died that we loved and supported each other in that drug use. You know, if we were in an abandoned house taking ecstasy all night, we understood what was just after happening when we buried 3 friends the week before. We held each other. We didn't ask stupid questions like the parents were and the teachers were. Do you know what I mean? We got each other, and there's connection and there's culture in that, and that's ignored a lot because people want to force you into different spaces, and sometimes it's not healthy or it's not, but sometimes it's all that you have with the resources that you have, you know. And even though I've done some crazy stuff in my life, I'm like, every person I was at each stage got me to where I am today. I was resourceful and saved myself, even if it was with the drug use. Like was mentioned that earlier on around sometimes people have to use drugs to survive because the only other option is death. Now the problem is then what's there to support people when they want to step away from that, and how can you find that healing and stuff. So to move on from there and then move to questions and answers is, and I'm trying to thread it into what everyone is saying, but like the policy end of things. So my whole life has been one big long thread in relation to class, poverty and addiction. Whether I was taking it, whether I was living it, whether I was working in it in terms of service provision, or whether I'm a politician. I'm surrounded by just as many drug users now in my life in Trinity, in my life in politics, as I was when I was in Tala, just as many. But yet, I have friends in politics and more privileged lives or in academia that can't believe how many funerals I still go to on a yearly basis, and that's the difference. It's like, how can you have so much drug use across it's a whole societal level and then try and ignore the class aspect of how that manifests itself in the world? And that's why I started to then try and engage with, well, how can policy help that? So my bill on drug decriminalisation, which kind of kicked off a lot of conversations in the South, which were then ultimately ignored. But at the time when I introduced drug decriminalisation, that was my first step about going, you know, and do you know what bothers me is there's advocates in the South, and I'm sure there is elsewhere as well around the country, advocates that work directly with people who use drugs, right? And then also stand over a prohibitionist model to drugs. And I always find that really, really strange, because basically what you're saying is that the job that you've trained in as a key worker, a counsellor, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, you know, working with women in addiction, you know, a specialist, you're saying that all that interest you have in being in that profession, you're not very good at it, because you'd actually rather they went to a guard or a courthouse. So why do we have all those professions and responses and people in those that are working with people in addiction, but then they'd also like to see the criminalisation of those still stay, because it really doesn't reflect well on you and your job, that like if you should believe in your interventions that you want to provide. You should believe that you're the best person to provide that support, or otherwise why are we all doing this in the first place? And you know, if we look at harm reduction then, like to send people to prison, you're left with a criminal record, and then people are in prison and you're saying to them, just get an education, don't go back into crime, and everything will be grand. And then they get out and they're guarded vetted just to volunteer on their child's local GA club, and they have to keep divulging all their history from their whole lives. They never get an opportunity. Social work. Think of the amazing social workers in this country we could have that have very lived experiences, can relate to children on the ground, can relate to families, that will never be social workers because they have a criminal conviction on their record. So how can we support recovery for those that want it? Or how can we support people to get, we keep saying support people like to become, like say, fully functional members of society. Well, how, if you're going to still stand over the fact that you're going to see them as a criminal and they can't actually enter any of those professions? You know, and that's upon us as well to not be guard vetting, or not, guard vetting, I don't know, I've also spent convictions bill that I've passed right through the Shannon in Dublin to remove all convictions, because it's very narrow. In Ireland it's only one. Now, the more serious crimes stay out there on their own, right? So you're looking at all the other ones, and there's still some conversations to be had in relation to, you know, political prisoners, young people who actually took lives when they were like 16, 17, 20, have never done anything ever again, you know, fights broke out, like, you know, accidental kind of stuff and in the moment stuff. There's still conversations that need to be had about all those as part of the bill, but the bill in its entirety removes the number of convictions. Because basically if someone's that's in addiction, is trying to engage in a job or in a college degree, focus on that. You know, and if they're going to commit another crime, well then they'll end up back locked up anyway, or they'll end up keep staying on their record, because we need to focus on the fact, not focus on the fact that they've committed in the past, but focus on the fact that they're trying to re-engage in society, and just kind of shift it around a bit. And that's on employers as well, because employers can like actually at discretion go, oh, this has come up on the Garda vetting form, but it's actually irrelevant to the job that they're being offered. Do you know, so people are being refused jobs because of minor things in their past, and none of us are the sum of our worst mistakes, you know. And the difference between when I'm in Tala versus in Trinity or in politics is also the over-policing. So even though young people in more affluent areas might carry the same amount of weed in their pocket, somebody in a working class community is more likely to encounter policing several times throughout their day. They may be stopped and searched several times throughout their day. So basically we have a law that is only implemented on those that are from poorer communities. And even though there's people engaging in the same behaviours in other communities, they're not policed in the same way. So I think from a policy perspective, we need to be able to address all those things, or else the issue will continue to remain concentrated in communities that will find it hard to advocate for themselves and to support themselves. And I think so that's kind of the trajectory, I suppose, of going from, you know, taking drugs to the policy end. And you know, it's been a long journey, but I do think that conversations are happening. I think unfortunately we do have a civil kind of service in the Department of Health that's quite conservative, and obviously they're there constantly, so it doesn't matter what politicians come in, they're kind of still trying to manage, I suppose, how we progress the issue of policy in relation to drug use. And then also, I don't know, and it'd be great to hear from people throughout the questions and answers in terms of what is available in terms of care for people. Like, I mean, 15 years ago, I was trying to convince people to buy crack pipes in Dublin so that we could give clean paraphernalia. People get it now in terms of needles, but people don't realise that the sharing of crack pipes is also problematic. I mean, you cut your lips, or not even using a crack pipe, using a bottle. You know, you're breathing in the plastic, it's not good materials. There's so many different things that we need to be doing in terms of a harm reduction model, and I'm naive, I suppose, to what type of services are existing up here at the moment. But I do know we've had lots of successes in the services that we've worked in Dublin, but also lots of things that we've got wrong, and it would be, I suppose, great to be able to work with people that wanted to introduce new ideas and new services that started from the points of our learnings. Do you know what I mean? Instead of repeating the things that we've kind of got wrong to date, both on a policy level and on a service provision level. And just the podcast was mentioned, which is great. And I think the lads on the podcast is definitely some of the best learning that I've gotten in all the work that I do. And I think it's anyone working with people who have come into contact with the criminal justice system. Once you track their lives back, they were failed young people for a number of reasons, whether it be due to poverty, whether it be due to being put into institutional homes when they were 10 because they missed too much school, as if it was their fault at 10 they were missing too much school, but being exposed to institutionalisation at a very, very early age, being set up for failure before they had time to even realise what was happening, you know. And to watch the trajectory and watch so many people with dyslexia end up in prison, and how they were treated in the school system. How education pans out for people has a real direct correlation with the prison population. What we're finding as well is a lot of men leaving the prison system and trying to access assessments for things like autism. So there's a huge amount of drug use that's very much related also to people who are trying to self-regulate stuff that they actually were born into the world and weren't, you know, whether it's ADD, ADHD, autism spectrum. There's a huge now number of people, especially men leaving the prison system, questioning whether actually their whole life they were on the spectrum and needed a different type of intervention. So they're all the conversations that I think we should continue to have, and on the podcast the lads map that out so well, and we use all their own music, so everything, every instrument you hear, every song that you hear, we co-created the podcast together. They self-identified who wanted to be on it, and I done workshops for weeks and weeks before we brought in a single bit recording equipment, so that people really knew what was going on and that it was very consensual. And that for me, and I think this is another thing I pass on, is we have to be careful that we don't say sometimes as services or workers or politicians or whatever, just grab people's experiences and then use them on our platforms, right? Because like that's traumatic in and of itself. So like it can't be just about gathering people's experiences, and it's that consultation piece and that co-development piece. it's also about taking their ideas and implementing ideas. You know, you can't just go because you want somebody, you know, it's like trauma porn now. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's listening to like this podcast on this and everyone's just, you know, vomiting up their trauma all day. And then you're like, well, what happened to that person? Where are they gone? Like, were they all right? Like, you know, so it's kind of like, well, what are we doing? So it's like, well, how do we work with people so that we're not only focused on their experiences, but we're actually focused on the solutions that they're quite clearly telling us need to happen. So that's what we need to do. You can't just go in and do a smash and grab on people's lives and then run off and write reports and say, this person said this and this person said that, and that person's life doesn't change in the slightest from their interaction with you. And I think that's stuff that we need to be very important on as well. But I'll wrap up there, and just thanks very much. And I'd like to thank all the speakers as well, who were amazing. And Sharon had to go, unfortunately, so she won't be here for the Q&A. But yeah, I think we'll just open it up.
So if you want to manage wires,
It's going free ranging,
Yeah.
and then going here. And I can just read this if you get pointing away from here.
run these cameras.
So do you want
the
to
audio.
give this? Do you want to give this mic down for them to pass between? So, do we have any hands? Any questions?
Thanks, Anne. With a smaller type event a couple of years ago up here over in the East of the city, and Christy Burke came up, and a couple of parents of serious users and some kids who had died. We spoke a lot at that period about different models, and particularly the Portuguese model. At the time, Christy was talking about the safe injecting room in Dublin. I know watching it was rejected by the courts. What way is that sitting? And just on the second point, we hear a lot about obviously the whole Kinahan thing, and obviously CAB looking at them. Does the panels think that that focus on them will just disseminate drug dealing, or is it in the long term, do you think it's a good thing that that's happening?
I think I'll answer the second one maybe, and then maybe Anna, if you can answer on the safe injecting decision, yeah? So I think, unfortunately, for me, and others can join in as well, if they want to add anything, but I think sometimes if we focus heavily on, so like the Kinahans and stuff to be mentioned, and drug gangs and stuff, and you have to also trace their lives back as well, right? So they also came from poverty. So they came from Oliver Bond, they came from similar situations to the stuff that we speak about up here. Now it's easy to point at them now and go, there's the problem. But it's like, is that the problem ultimately? Because we can focus all your efforts there, but the market, the drugs market is a very intelligent market, and it will replicate itself, and it's intelligent, and it will diversify. So you can focus on them, but there's always the next group that's going to come along. So if we're looking at the origins of the problem, and poverty is coming up a lot and trauma is coming up a lot, do we spend too much of our efforts looking at particular groups or people or different types of drugs instead of looking at the environment, you know, and looking at how can we reach an equality of environment so that we're creating a better opportunity for people. So like, you're never going to disseminate the market by taking down any sort of, you know, drug gang. It's just going to repeat itself. It has done around the globe for a long time. There is no society in the world that doesn't use drugs, whether they're illicit or not, or legal, for pleasure or for self-medication, and that will always find a way. And I suppose that's where as well you have a conversation around legalisation. So obviously decriminalisation is to decriminalise the individual, so the person using, and then legalise, so the drug is still illegal under a decriminalisation model. But to legalise obviously makes the drug legal, which gives the state control over it. It doesn't completely get rid of black markets. And maybe it shouldn't, because maybe we need to find a way to offer people that are in the drugs trade a legitimate way to enter into the new legalisation market, or else you just end up with criminals figuring out how they're going to be criminals elsewhere. I don't know if that answers that, but for me it's a policy thing. I think it's easy for the state to focus on a particular drug gang at a particular time, but it will just be another one. There was another different one 10 years ago and a different one 10 years before that. And I think if we just keep chasing the idea of people being the problem rather than the conditions being the problem, well then we'll keep ending up just putting the same resources into chasing the wrong problem.
Is this no? Somebody else can question. Is that working now? No?
Yeah.
Thanks, Lynn. Yeah, just quickly to pick up, I mean, I agree with what Lynn says, and I think it's one of the difficulties. Is this going in? Am I okay? Yeah. It is one of the challenges around this conversation, because when I hear that very funny in my ears. Is it? Okay. Yeah, as Lynn said, we've gone through this with the Daltons, and then it was the Gilligans, and then it was, you know, it just repeats. But, sorry, I can't talk into it because it's echoing. This is on now, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, grand. Sorry, I hope it's on. I'm not meant to speak. Yeah, just as I was agreeing with what Lynn said, like this focus on particular gangs and particular individuals is, you know, it just keeps repeating itself. In the end of the day, if you've got a business that's illegal, it'll be run by people who operate, you know, in the way that illegal trades operate. And we have looked around the world. We would love if there was anywhere in the world there's evidence that, you know, the policing kind of approach got on top of it, and there isn't anywhere in the world as yet that's done that. But I think the other thing is just to say too that, because we talked about the levels of drug-related intimidation and stuff that are going on locally, and one of the frustrating things is when you've made the comments like that Lynn made or that I'm just saying here, what you get accused of immediately is saying, well, just leave the people who are dealing with that day-to-day intimidation and violence. It's like you're saying, well, that's all right. And that's really infuriating when people say that, because that's the last thing we're saying. We know that people who are using drugs, we know families, mothers in particular, who tend to end up trying to take on the deaths and so on. We know people are living in fear every day of their lives because of the impact of that intimidation. And so it's not in any sense saying that we do not want that to be dealt with. But the only point is that for as long as it's a criminal market, that will not be dealt with. Because one of the key things we've learned, like the different responses, there's been a drug-related intimidation reporting system in place down south for a number of years, and there was between the Guards and the National Family Support Network, and the idea was, you know, there was a recognition that people would be reluctant to talk to the police about any of this stuff, so the family support groups got involved as kind of you know, not a halfway house, but they would support people so that they would then talk to the Guards. But the reality is that I don't think there's been one single solitary formal charge has come out of that, if that's what was being looked for. It doesn't work, because at the end of the day, people have gone and talked to the Guards individually and gotten advice about how to manage situations and stuff. But then in the end of the day, the way the criminal justice system works is I make a statement and say somebody is doing this to me, something that they shouldn't be doing. The Guards will write the statement, and then they say, you have to sign your name at the bottom of this if we're going to move this on. And at that point, the whole thing ends, because nobody will sign their names. And you wouldn't ask people to sign your names. So in effect, it means, it's like Lynn said about policy, we have to admit that to try and address the illegal drugs trade using the law as we have it, it's not possible. So you have to change one or the other. And the regulation of the drugs trade is, you know, is kind of the logical way of doing that. Now, you know, there's kind of a logic, because what we're trying to do at the moment is not possible. It isn't possible. It's not possible. Just quickly on the safer injecting facility. Yeah, it was. They did get planning permission, and then the courts overturned it because of the objections objections. So it's now been appealed at another level, and I think they're just about to get the decision on that now. I don't think people are very optimistic, but I think, so we have to wait and see whether the permission goes ahead for that particular site. We should know that shortly, but people are very committed to making it happen some way or other. Like if it doesn't work out with the building, they're looking at options around mobile, around somewhere else, because it's like the particular place it is in Merchants Quay now, that's kind of become the centre of, just there's certain people determined it's not going to happen. So, but it will happen somewhere. The people who know how important it is, the people who know that it saves lives, they'll do it. They might have to do it a different way, but they'll do it, So
Thanks.
And
Thanks, Anna. And I think, like, in Ireland, 1 day a week someone dies of an overdose. That's like 1 day a week, and one a day, and up to 2 a day from drug-related deaths, and nobody has ever overdosed in the whole world in any safe injecting facility. So it does save lives, and the longer you save lives, it means that people have every opportunity then to engage in life in a meaningful way, or in whatever way that they want to, really. So is there any other questions?
comments.
Yeah.
Thank you, and just first of all, thanks very much for all the presentations today. I've been making notes smartly from this morning, there was just so much information. I think it's been a brilliant conference, so thank you very much. My name's Orlia Flynn, I'm a West Belfast MLA, and I'm the Sinn Féin Party spokesperson in the North on suicide prevention, mental health and addiction. And so I'll not be able to take up the rest of the afternoon. I have that many questions for you, so I'll like to hopefully connect with you after today. But just a couple of wee things was jumping out that I'd like to run past just to get your views on it in the context, I suppose, of the 6 counties and the constituency that we're in the day of West Belfast. So I would really only be more so across the figures for the North, but I know that I think it might have been Anna had mentioned earlier on around the cost, that the cost impacts on everyone, the cost of addiction and drug use, and I know that it's costing our economy around 1.5 billion every year. Now that's with alcohol and drug use. There's been a task force that's been set up. NIADA have set up a task force and they're looking more closely at, just you had mentioned, the number of deaths, accidental overdoses, and deaths through drug use, and I think it's sitting around 15 people per month are dying as a result of that. And we know then the figures have doubled in the past 10 years, so I know it's similar right across the island, but it is an issue that is just getting worse, and particularly again for the constituency that we're in. I know that I'm sure everyone in this room are dealing day and daily with families that have been bereaved or they're living with addiction, relatives that have addiction. So one of the calls at the minute from a number of families that I've been dealing with over the past number of years, one of the big issues has been around the lack of access to services, appropriate services. So whenever people are in need and looking help with their addiction and with their drug use, they feel that they're not getting access to the services that they need. And there has been calls for more sort of rehabilitation services. And I'd just be interested to know in how, just your opinion around that, because at the minute we have the rehabilitation services, the wraparound services are really just based in the community, and there's no statutory service. And the other problem is there's no integration between statutory and community addiction services, so it's unbelievable, but they're actually not integrating with one another, which no wonder there's gaps and problems for people. So maybe just to get an insight into your views or comments around rehabilitation and those wraparound services. And then the other big thing as well is what we're finding is, and this is the overlap with drug addiction and poor mental health and suicide and self-harm, we're finding that a lot of people are obviously ending up in accident and emergency, and they're at a crisis point. But in many cases, if not most, there's linkages there to addiction, substance use and poor mental health. And again, it's something I think that we haven't cracked it yet. because people are being turned away from ED. In many instances, there's no follow-up. I think that there's an issue around even the knowledge of our GPs when people are going to speak to their local GP. I think that they're lacking the knowledge in terms of how to deal with people that have addictions. So maybe just your thoughts on that. And then just finally, and I'll finish on this, again, in terms of the government in the north and the Department of Health, they only spend 7% of the overall health budget on mental health, and then the amount that's spent on addiction is even smaller than that again. And I'm just wondering, in terms of financial support or investment, you know, how much weight or sway should we be putting into that? Because I know we have a new substance use strategy, and just what I picked up from most of the speakers today, it's all well and good talking about strategies and consultations, but if it's tokenism, if it's not impacting on, you know, the people that actually need to see the outcomes, then what's the point of the strategies? So maybe just some feedback on that, and just thanks very much again for today.
Thank you. Paula, I don't know, do you want to take the question on rehabilitation, or even if any of us feel?
Yeah, I think in the south of the border as well, there's very similar issues when it comes to rehabilitation. You know, not enough services, and particularly specific services. Like, as I was saying, with women, there is only one, well, there's two, but there's only one that also provides childcare. But even in regards to like mental health services, addiction services, like anyone can go to an addiction service and have mental health issues, and the doctor will work with them on it. But if someone goes to a mental health service and has an addiction, they're automatically sent off to work on the addiction first and then come back. So that wraparound service is not there. Now, there is services that provide case management and all, but without them services, the case management part, it's a whole, like somebody having to link in here for their mental health, this service for one other thing and so on. They're constantly regurgitating their story, constantly re-traumatising, you know, themselves over and over again. And even in particular, if there's issues with children or anything, you know, when it comes to childcare and social services coming in, tussling, any of them, like, it takes, particularly for women, it takes them a lot to actually get to trust that social worker that they're working with. They're finally opening up, building up a bit of a relationship with them, because I think for people who use drugs, that relationship piece in any service is really important, and making sure that they feel that they're listened to, that they feel that they're being heard. But then you have services where a woman in particular is opening up finally, and then she's being told that say in particular with social workers, that social worker is leaving and moving on. So instead of having everything there and working on that relationship until that case is finished with, it's constant overturn and overturn. And services, there is a high burnout rate in drug services, in homeless services and all. So people constantly regurgitating their story is not good for them, and it does more damage than that. So, but like that, there's not a lot of services that have got that full wraparound reintegration sort of, let's get all these issues on the table, let's work on them here now, instead of having to run off 100 different places.
Richie, do you have anything on maybe even residential?
Well, I'd say just when you talked about rehabilitation, and I know a lot of the talk today has been around harm reduction. A lot of the time when we speak about that, the focus is on the services and what the state does, and it's just worth recognising, like you talked about earlier on with your friends, you know, the majority of harm reduction measures and rehabilitation measures is taken on board and done by the community of people who use drugs. So they have a massive role and they're really active in this as it is. But what is happening is when people are looking for services or they are looking to engage, the services, and not because of the services themselves, because of the way they're designed or the way they're funded or how much money they have, they're not able to meet the need. And, you know, there's also issues for us in regards to accessing treatment. You know, people are looking to become drug. They've identified themselves that the drugs they're taking are causing massive harm to themselves and their family or the community, and they're looking for a path or a way out. They've done a part of that work themselves, and now they're looking to get into treatment. But to get off drugs, to get into treatment. If they got off fucking drugs, they wouldn't be going into treatment, you know. And some of it makes sense, but there's issues around benzos and stuff, but again, it's yeah, it's the medical experts taking a medical approach and deciding what's best for people. And it's just to go back to what you said as well about the money and the 1.5 billion. Like, to be frank, we're playing catch up. Like, people have told us, we've been told, I've said it, you said it, everyone else has said it, the models are best practice, the evidence, the research is there. The way in which we're addressing this doesn't work for people, it doesn't work for communities, and it doesn't work for the finances of the country. Like, you talked about the safe injecting facility. Like, if you look at all the evidence around a safe injecting facility, you make communities safer, they save people lives, and they address all the concerns that people who are objecting against them have. So, yeah, I think it's just important to, again, go back to the focus on the value and the role that people can play. And if we're listening to them and we're responding to their needs, which has been, I suppose, seen in our services and our policies, we will improve things for everybody.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something to what Andy said there as well. I'm a member of Euro Input, and I was talking to Matt Southwell. I don't know if anyone in here is aware of me. He's the main man of Euro Input, and he was in the House of Commons, and he basically was talking about governance and things like that around drug users and services. And what he was saying was that we have to have that engagement with drug users before we can go any further. And he brought up, I don't know if anyone's, there's a man in Glasgow called, I can never pronounce his second name, his first name is Peter, it's an Eastern European name, yeah. And I would really he basically, he's driving his own van around Glasgow, and he's doing needle exchange in Glasgow, supervised injection rooms in Glasgow. And I'm tempted to do it in Dublin, you know, and I do think sometimes you need to be bold. You know, and if anything, you shame people. You shame people. You should be doing it. I've done it before with detox houses. I've rented out bed and breakfasts and turned it into detox houses with quite a lot of success. So, you know, it might be the greatest legal advice in the world. Maybe go away and think about it and talk to people. But you know, sometimes being bold, I think you said it as well. And sometimes you know, it can't play off. It can't pay off, and something I'm strongly thinking about myself.
Well, you said solutions are there.
And I think what's important is in any service that's being set up, or any residential or detox, that it's not looking at how they were set up in different parts of the country, you know, a decade or more ago. We do know so much more now about the neuroscience, and we know so much more about trauma and the impact of that. So ensuring that any residential rehabilitation detox actually is trauma informed. And in relation to CRJI was that, they took it over during COVID for the COVID beds, and they haven't opened it back up. It was the only very focused trauma related intervention in terms of residential. But in terms of GPs and hospitals, and it does need that multidisciplinary stuff, a model that I would just maybe point you to is the safety net model in Dublin. So it's a mobile health unit. It operates around the inner city, but one of the offshoots over that from that project over the years was a GP training program that's still in running, and it might be no harm to look at that in terms of a similar model up here if it doesn't exist yet. But a lot of speakers spoke earlier on about the context, and Anna spoke about the context. And that's what the GP training program does. So after you've done your GP training, you actually then sign up to do this additional training as part of your GP training. And it's training you to work specifically in areas of deprivation, and seeing that some illnesses, some behaviours, some addictions are a response to deprivation. So that your interaction with somebody that's in your GP room, that you're actually trauma informed, you're trained to a special level to actually work in the social context, so that you understand addiction, you understand poverty, and you understand how they all interrelate with one another. And you know, there's others that like obviously engage in social prescribing, and they've done a lot of work in, you know, trying to see the whole person, looking at a person who's come in not only for their drug use, but maybe asking them about how many social interactions they have in a day. Are they isolated? Are they actually experiencing a huge sense of loneliness? So it's not always a medical intervention, you know. It might be, I know one doctor in Tala told me, like, a woman was with an issue with alcohol. She was sitting in for, you know, 2-3 years on her own drinking, and now she like joined like a line dancing club in Fairhouse or some one of the other communities, and that was his prescription on that day. It wasn't anything else, and now her world has opened up a little bit. So sometimes looking at some of those models where we actually train GPs to an extra level, I think it should be done with teachers as well that work in schools where kids are experiencing a huge amount of trauma, which could have the prevention piece in terms of addiction and trauma. If teachers were also trained, because what happens, I know in Dublin with some schools, so if you're doing your placement as a teacher in a school that has a huge level of complex needs, lots of issues going on, and you're trained in by a principal that's been there 20, 30, 40 years, they have this particular mindset. It's really low aspirations, and it's really kind of reinforces inequality in some of our communities. And you're being trained and taught about these kids in that format that you're just really there for crisis management or to keep them in their seat all day or whatever it is, when actually, if we were actually giving teachers placement in youth clubs and addiction, in the communities that they're going to work with, so that schools also adopted a community development approach to teaching, and that they were integrated in their training in addiction services, in family support services, family resource centres, and that the teachers also took that level of understanding and insight into the social context into their teaching. You could also look at some of that addiction prevention stuff, because teachers are not making the situation worse for kids that enter into the classroom. But there are just some models that I think are good in terms of engaging with medical services. Yeah. Anna, did you want to add something before I open up?
Yeah, just really quickly, and it's on the issues you're saying, that it's basically in the community services all the rehabilitation's been done, and there's very little formal link up with the statutory services. And I think one thing that's really, and I don't know if it's the same here, and it links back to the previous discussion about the criminalisation. One huge issue we have had it for the last 25 years, and it's still there in the south, is that within the drug treatment services come under psychiatric there's addiction psychiatrists effectively run the service, and we know through them that for the past 25 years the general psychiatry, like mental health, the connection between mental health and addiction is so everybody knows it. The mainstream mental health services want nothing to do with the addiction services. They're two branches of the same psychiatric service, and the general mental health services want to go nowhere near it because of the stigma, the criminalisation. We don't deal with those people, and I think that's been a massive barrier, that the general mental health services, which are their support, their input into health, into drug services, addiction services, is crucial, because huge amount of the issues being dealt with are mental health issues. We know of cases where mental health staff have been, where individual mental health staff who've been wanting to get engaged at the local level with projects have been told, you are not to do that, you don't do it. So I think in terms of the way people are trying to deal with that is there are allies within the general mental health services, generally people who are actually working themselves on the ground in some way, and they see internally the system they are working under and they think it's appalling. So there are allies there that we have to find and say, okay, if we can even get in a few areas, break down this barrier and get past it. And I don't know if that's the same here, but it's literally, it's within the profession of psychiatry. You've got psychiatrists who do not want to work with people who use drugs simply because of that massive stigma and criminalisation, and that has to be tackled. But the best way is to there are allies in the general mental health services who really want to break that down as well.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or comments, or I'll go over to this, I'll go there and then over here, yeah.
Thank you.
My question is about a specific good practice in terms of harm reduction, that is the so-called drug checking, and which is can be community-based or tailored for specific events like festival, clubbing, so it's more in the recreational setting of drug use. I don't know if it's something that is familiar. So I would like to know just what is your opinion on this, and then among the audience, so people from here, from Northern Ireland, if you think it's kind of utopia to think about developing something, a drug checking service here, or if it's just, I don't know, possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Richie, do you want to come in on drug testing, or Andy?
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, so I think down the south there's an agreement in place that they're going to start doing drug testing at festivals and concerts. There's still some discussions and disagreements between the guards around what that looks like and how that plays out. And I think it's welcome. I think any form of drug testing that we can do that might lead to harm reduction and saving lives is really valuable and really important. But if we want to be critical, we have to look at it and think, is there an element of classism here? Because as I said earlier on, how many thousands or tens of thousands of people have been dying on the streets of Dublin and Belfast and Limerick and any other city, where if we had to be testing drugs on the street there and then, we'd have saved loads of them. So I don't see why we would be testing them in festivals and not testing them with and for people who have been dying daily because of it. There is a bit of me that thinks there's a bit of classism there, but I will say this, it's still a positive, it's still a good thing, and I think what might happen is that it might open up the discussion to people who are conservative, and it might then be a route in to having street drug testing, because we see it's done over in Canada, it's done over in other countries, and it's done really well. And again, it's a process that can empower people. You can empower people. Now, what's the community response to the problems and the issues we're talking about, and who's in charge of that? And that's a real bit of ownership you can give people on the street who are there every day taking drugs, selling drugs, or whatever they're involved in. They can be active in actually saving lives by getting drugs tested when they're there. Because I think, like, even now we're talking about the rise in synthetic opioids across North America and the epidemic that it's seen, and it's creeping into Europe, and we know it's in the UK, but you know, if it's in the UK, it's here, but we don't know how much of it's here, where it is, where it isn't, because we're behind on drug testing. So there's probably people who are dying from it, but we just don't know yet.
I think we're looking for small wins, really, and so anything at all that's progressive, I would certainly be in favour of anything at all that's progressive, and that opens up discussion about anything else. And interestingly enough, what you're talking about, cannabinoid edibles have become really, really popular, and I'm involved with a group, and we're going to be sending off samples of different. We have to be very careful around the ethics here, around getting ethical approval, because we can't be seen to ask people to be asking people to purchase drugs. So we will be asking people who have purchased drugs, edible cannabinoids, and taking them, and there's turned out there's been spice in them, and they're having fits, and they're having seizures and all sorts of stuff, and we're getting them sent off to a lab in Wales. So there is some work being done on it, because as Andy says, with a lot of these synthetic drugs that are coming along, they're being marketed as something else and being sold because they're a whole lot cheaper as well, obviously. So I'm probably going to swipe it off topic here. I do see Andy's point, totally agree with Andy's point, but I think anything that's progressive, anything that's opening the door to more conversation, that's doing something that we never done before, that's being done everywhere else in the world, will be certainly be seen as a massive, massive positive. And if it helps one person, I mean, it's a success. So yeah, I would certainly welcome it, and I think it will happen. I think it will. It's happening everywhere else.
Thanks, Richie. No? Did you mean to go?
Hi there, my name's, everybody just calls me Bob, my real name's Ian Cameron, but people know me as Bob. I work for a harm reduction organisation within Belfast, but I'll speak personally for myself and not for the organisation today. I just want to give the panel and everybody else in the room a bit of a state of play on harm reduction and how it exists in Belfast currently. We've moved on considerably from where we were when you consider in 2001 we didn't have needle exchange. We didn't get methadone prescribed until 2006, 2007. And we've now progressed with it. Unfortunately, we're nowhere near the point where we need to be. Our drug deaths have doubled, as was said, in the last 10 years. We had 218 drug-related deaths in the last year that we have figures for, which we're always behind on, by the way, which was 2020. I arrived here this morning to be informed by my police colleagues that there was another death overnight on the streets of Belfast from a heroin overdose. A young man who one of my teams found yesterday, who'd overdosed, we administered naloxone, saved his life. He went to hospital, he was released and overdosed again. And unfortunately, that's all too common. We respond to overdose reports of overdose on a daily basis, Belfast City Centre. It's getting to the stage now where we operate needle exchange, and we're probably looking at potential closure. We've had 2 needle exchanges close in Belfast in the last 3 or 4 years. We're having difficulty in opening needle exchange programs anywhere outside of the city centre. We have community responses and marching on needle exchange and methadone and pharmacies that dispense methadone. We have waiting times for methadone that are completely unacceptable. Up until fairly recently, that were 2 years waiting to get onto a methadone program. It's much shorter than that now. It's roughly about 6 to 8 weeks. But the problem is, it's exactly like you've described. It's urinalysis screening, it's daily pickups, it's no take-home doses, it's penalisation for drug use on top. It's all that stuff, and the majority of people that I engage with on a daily basis, that is liquid handcuffs, that's controlling life, and that's not improving quality of life. We definitely need to start having the discussions about safer injecting facilities. It's great in Dublin that you've got through in legislation, but our politicians here, unfortunately, are massively behind on that. We're not even having the proper discussions at the level that we need to. And I would encourage, this is probably one of the best events I've ever been at in the city, where it's been organised by the community and have such good speakers and informative and really bringing harm reduction on. So I hope something comes of today. It's great, as I said, the community have organised it, and I think that's where progression will come in this area, because we've been pushing for 20 years and it's not happening. One of the issues that we continually face when we're trying to work with community organisations, with the health service, is confidentiality is always raised, that we can't share information because of confidentiality. And it's just a barrier that's put in place for the health services to maintain the hold over treatment services. They don't want to share that for, I'm not sure the reason, I've asked the question on many occasions. But it's held very tightly in the hands of consultant psychiatry, and they won't let it filter down in. We need it in the hands of our GPs, and we need a shared care approach, and hopefully that's something that we can progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, both. It was really good to hear that experience from up here. And just a real quick one, it was just when you mentioned naloxone. Because naloxone is a good example of some of the stuff we've been talking about. So we're involved in the delivery of naloxone, and look, it works. To give one example of a person we work with who uses drugs, he's actually saved 3 people so far with his naloxone. So it's just really good to get to promote that drug. But it's an example of how far we've come, but yet how slow we are and how restricted we are. That should just be available to anybody. There's no harm that can be done by administering it. It doesn't get any high. You don't need a prescription to get it in 44 states in America, I think. So it's another example of how we've come so far, and we welcome the developments and we welcome the use of naloxone, but there's these invisible barriers, and there doesn't seem to be any logical reason other than say it's being controlled and owned by, say, the medical establishment or whatever it is, but you know, a recognition of how far we've come, because you wouldn't have been talking about that 20 years ago, but also how slow we are in getting to where we need to be. If we were quicker and we changed that tomorrow, we would save lives tomorrow.
Just to add something on it, I think it does need recognition. So we've, naloxone is one area where we've actually been quite progressive and quite forward thinking, I think, here. And recently we have, unfortunately it's only, I think, 12 police officers, hopefully more going forward, of the PSNI actually carrying nasal naloxone in Belfast City Centre. And I think that's fantastic. It was through the work of the City B team within the city. They actively wanted as officers to carry it because they were seeing the amount of deaths and overdoses in Belfast City streets. So I think that should be commended and acknowledged. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, and just to say something quickly, I think you were saying there about there's people marching and picketing, which is very depressing to hear. And I suppose it's one of the, I don't know if the right word is, the kind of community drug projects that we're talking about. In a way, they're like a lifesaver when it comes to that, because again, as we said, we still do in our community have people who would be opposed, you know, to whatever, and services. But when you have a community drug project that's really rooted in it, and the way Paula described there, you know, that it's very rooted in the community and very connected. So it doesn't mean there won't be people there who are opposing, that they'll still be there. But you've a visible kind of group of people in the community who are also clearly supporting, you know. So it is one of the, because we haven't, even though there are people opposed, we haven't kind of had marches or protests against services generally for quite a while, because there's that visible sign of support in the community just through having a community drug project, you know. So that's kind of part of the importance of that model as well. It's not just the way they deliver the service, but they're visible. It's like this community is saying, you know, yeah, we do actually want to have services, we do want to work and support people.
Thanks,
I know that's not immediately very helpful, but
yeah, like that on the communities, like even when you think about the safe injection facilities, one of the biggest sort of objections would be the community that lives around them, which is totally understandable, you know, when a mother or a family is thinking about someone's going to be going in there to use drugs, but the argument back to it is they're using the drugs on the streets anyway. It'd be much safer to take them inside where people are there, where it can be safe, and particularly there's naloxone on. And I'd even go so far with naloxone to talk about teaching children how to administer nasal naloxone. And people will argue with you, you traumatise a child. I think it's more traumatising for a child to lose a parent. Teach them how. I remember 8 years of age, having to inject my own father where he was a diabetic and him going into a diabetic coma, and knowing that was in the fridge because it happened before. So when he came out of his coma, I was taught, because I was the older child there, how to give it to him. I wasn't traumatised because of that, you know. I knew my father was still alive, all that now, and I think teaching children how to use naloxone, teaching the wider members of the community how to use it, because at the moment it's usually people who use drugs that are carrying it, or, you know, and family members would be able to get it and have it. And Ish could do a great job at going around and teaching service users, teaching people who use drugs, going into services, and, you know, training people how to administer naloxone. So I think that should be like everywhere, without the sort of judgments that come along with it.
I think when we realise that the drug problem isn't going away, and it's not going away, that the door's open to doing these things that maybe people don't like doing, which is asking people to carry naloxone I know Bishop do a great job of handing it out, but I know another good example of it is that a lot of people say they have it, but it's at home. Do you know, which is another one. And it's good to see you, Buff, as well. I don't think you better remember we spoke quite a while ago. But yeah, I think it does, when we find, as a society, accept that drug addiction, drug use isn't going away, then a lot of these things can be spoken about properly, as in teaching older children, you know, whatever, to use these type of things to help people to live longer lives. Just acceptance, I think, would progress a lot of things.
Just to add real quick, because we get a lot of contact now from services who have staff who want to get in the naloxone trend, but they actually are afraid to get in the naloxone trend because their policies are blocking them. So they're looking for us for guidance on policies. Now, it's a little bit of a grey area and there's ways you can get around it, but we sit on national platforms and we need to take away, this is where the leadership comes in. You know, the HSE or whoever it is needs to just set out guidelines to organisations that are funded, because some organisations want to do it but are afraid to do it and are a bit nervous about doing it.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. My name is Denise Smith. I would just be keen to hear from yourselves. Both had just mentioned there about information sharing, and you had said about that need for that wraparound service and to know the complexity of, you know, the individuals that you're dealing with so that you can care for them in an appropriate manner. And it is a challenge, especially when we recognise the vulnerability and there is a willingness to want to work together. However, information sharing, all of that data protection, especially around the health of individuals, it's very complex. So I would be very keen to hear from yourselves how, you know, you've maybe addressed that challenge moving forward.
Anna, do you want to take that?
Yeah, and again over the years, like I don't know how many different initiatives there's been in the South to come up with yet another, you know, protocol around information sharing. I don't know how many different times it's been done and they start all over again. But I suppose really what we'd see from the experience is that when there's a willingness in agencies, when they want to share information, they can do it. You know, they identify the times it's essential for them. Often when they want to pass responsibility for something to somebody else, they can share the information. Just from over so many years looking at it, it seems to be, there is a particular issue around sharing it with community, possibly voluntary in particular. And to be honest, it doesn't seem to us, based on our experience, that that's to do with the principle of information sharing, because there are, like, I don't know how many documents, policies, stuff have been written on that will stand up in any court. Like, people are afraid of liability in court. They will stand up. They are clear policies that set out sort of everybody's kind of positions. So they are there and they are used between different statutory agencies. But the difficulty is when they're between statutory agencies and community voluntary. Now that's not always the case. Again, it can, you know, sometimes it's even down to individuals and agencies. But I suppose the point I'm making is when there is a will to use it on both sides, then it really isn't a problem. Yeah. It's like one of those constructive problems. I'm not saying it's not an issue. Obviously, confidentiality is an issue, 100%. So it is an issue, but we've had loads and loads of versions of policies to deal with it, and they are used, and they're used without any problem when you've got people who are willing to do that. But so that's the issue, is more to do with who people actually want to share with, I think.
Thank you. Have I any more questions or comments?
My name is Róisín Brown. I'm a neighbourhood inspector in West Belfast. The importance of harm reduction when it comes to drugs in the community is very profound. For a start, a harm reduction approach to drug use will benefit the individuals who are involved in drug use, because we know that the causes of drug use are not simple. They are multifaceted, and we need to have a public health approach to addressing the causes of drug use. As a police officer, I don't believe that we can arrest our way out of these problems. These are societal problems, and they take a partnership approach in order to solve the issues that are causing them in the first place. Secondly, I think that a harm reduction approach would be very beneficial to our community partnerships, because it's not just a police issue, this is a whole societal issue, and a harm reduction approach will take all of our partners to work together, and that increases and benefits the relationships that we already have, and it means that we can build on them. And thirdly, I think it will benefit the police service because, as I say, we can't arrest ourselves out of this problem. Drug abuse and drug addiction is a multifaceted issue. There are lots of causes for it, including poverty and trauma. So a police response to this needs to be multifaceted in terms of how we deal with it. As well as that, drug addiction and drug abuse does have a significant impact on our resources as a police service. And if we are able to address it more holistically, that will free up resources in the community to deal with other harmful issues that we are perhaps not able to give the attention that they deserve at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think harm reduction is really important. First and foremost, it saves lives. It's about keeping people alive to the point where they can make positive change in their life. I mean, I kind of always say that people can't make change if they're dead. So harm reduction at its core value is about keeping people as safe and well as we possibly can, even though they may continue to use substances through that process. I think a good example of harm reduction for us, and one that we are actively campaigning for at the minute, is safer injecting facilities. So that's a place where somebody can go and use their substance of choice, primarily heroin, and inject themselves on site. We would have trained individuals there who have access to a drug called naloxone, and if someone overdoses, they can administer the drug, which obviously saves a life. Belfast at the minute has an increasing drug problem, particularly cocaine injecting and heroin use is increasing. And in our latest figures in 2020, we've had 218 deaths, which are all avoidable. Every single one of those deaths could be avoided. And unfortunately, 2021 and 2022, I think we're going to see an increase in those figures. Other harm reduction initiatives that we could employ is expanding our needle exchange programs so that we have peer-led approaches, so service users who are able to go out on the streets and engage with people who are homeless, who are using drugs, and try and encourage them to have a voice and get involved in treatment and having a say in what they need to change their lives. I think it's the only way to develop the strategy for harm reduction. Harm reduction needs the participation of the people who are worst impacted by these situations. If we continue to design policy without inclusion of people who suffer from being part of a very marginalised community, then we're just going to continue to get the same results. If you continue to repeat and be involved in things that don't work, which is exactly what we're doing. I mean, we've had 40 years of the war on drugs, and we're seeing that that's not working. And to continue doing the same things and to expect different results is madness.